Good evening, everyone. Um, Stream time, sick stream. Man, let me tell you, the sickness is kicking our butts. I figured I'll stream as long as I can. At some point, I have to take this, take my cold medicine, which is the nighttime stuff. So I assume it's gonna knock me on my butt. What we're gonna probably focus on tonight is we're gonna touch up Gossamer. I'm probably going to end up making a block for the custom spider web that I want, and we are going to work on modeling and texturing to really customize. Because like the spiders look good, I think, but they're not quite where I want them to be. Like if this is supposed to be like a Lovecraftian horror kind of game, Nameless Horrors needs to be just that. It's like the spiders gotta, you gotta not want to run into them. I did some stuff off stream here. So this is the new spider model that we can kind of look at. Now, I keep saying spider. It's not that these things are really spiders, they're stalkers. So I figure like a spider is okay, but I like the idea of having only 6 legs. Um, just because they're kind of spider-like elsewhere. Maybe people with arachnophobia. I think it's not just the spider, but it's like the legs and how it moves. But people with arachnophobia aren't always afraid of ants, so maybe with the movement, I don't know. And I kind of like the fact that it has 3 legs or 6 legs, 3 on each side instead of the 8. I think a solifuged technically has 10 because it has those 2 long palpates. I've been doing a lot of arachnid research to make sure I'm getting it right. But what we're gonna do is once we nail down this model, um, we are going to start making the more freaked out versions of it. So we're making the surface right now the normal surface. The deep, we're gonna add like a few things that way it still looks like it, but it's still not gonna be, you know what I mean? Like you'll look at it and be like, oh, that's a beefier spider than usual. It's a little bigger and it's got like spikes on its legs or something like that. Um, Yeah, so that's really what we're gonna do, right? Name of the game is kind of clean up. I'll probably get to a point where I want to stop doing the modeling, take a break from it, and we will look at the at making our first AI task. I've never made a custom AI task, so I'm not quite sure how to register it. But we can. This is the best part about doing these kind of mods is that you can look at a tutorial mod for things, or I can show you, or at least I try to show you how to find things yourself. Like obviously the information's out there somewhere. People just don't know what to do. Because what we have to do is we have to pretty much duplicate the throw at entity, and we need to dissect that because instead of throwing a stone, which is the hard coded thing, we need to create a version that throws it's going to be our block, right? Web. Um, and it's got to be a custom web block because I don't want to just throw a web block and have it spawn web that stays forever. It does need to decompose, that way your world doesn't get cluttered with all these web blocks. Um, so yeah, it'd be kind of neat if one of the spiders AI is to like build nests or something, and it pretty much like shoots out like in front of it, like it goes to like a dark corner or something, and it shoots out a bunch of web blocks, and then it goes in it for protection or something, and then maybe that's how it can multiply if you don't take care of it. Maybe if it's like one of the beefier ones. So for the 2 models, what I'm thinking is I made the thin legs. Um, I noticed that like when my old spider, it had a head. It was pretty much like an ant. That's not how spiders are. So I tried to add some angles here to where, like when you're looking at it, all the eyes were kind of looking at you. We're gonna have to shift the eyes around a little bit. I do want to keep the bigger eyes. For now, anyways. I gotta see how it's gonna look. The mandibles here. There's the inner. little mandibles that I have that we're gonna have to animate. Um, but yeah, I think it's going pretty well. We got a game plan. It's a beanie. How's it going, beanie? It's a vice. Yes, it is a me. It's a me. Oh my goodness. I am tired. Okay, so I was working on Gossamer before. Um, now the question that I have is, I guess I have a couple questions. I'm gonna pull up the other model so that we can do like a side by side kind of comparison. Open to, because right, this is the old model, kind of ant-like. Um, thick legs, ant-like. Going well. The chair stream yesterday was fun. Chair stream. Chair stream? What my stream? Or Beanie, I don't know if you missed it. I'm still sick. I got my nighttime cold and flu stuff. We're ready to go. Whenever I get too tired, and I'm like, all right, everyone, let's put a countdown on this, right? Let's put a timer on this night. I got that to take because I forgot to take it yesterday. I think I should have two versions of the spider. I think we should have this version, right? The thin-legged, widow style, right? Thin-legged, big butt. We should do the thin-legged, little butt version. And then I do like the thicker legs. I think it adds it just adds a little more. And then the thick legs little. I think that would add a lot of variety to like to how it feels. So I think we should have both in. What I probably would want to do is I'll rely on this model here for the majority of it, and then I will import the head. Like I'll do an import over here because I want to bring over everything that I do for the head and all the texturing. Oh yeah, accidentally left the stream rolling and rated someone your webcam was streaming your chair. Also, I like the old spider model. Oh, you do like the old one? Yeah, because the old one feels kind of like tarantula like. This one feels like it's similar to a spider as we know it. But I do like how I'm doing the head better in this one. And the eyes, they're a little too symmetrical. We could just work on the eyes a little bit. The eyes, because I could do something like. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, the chair stream. Yeah, I don't know, man. I was just tired. It didn't click to end stream. Yeah, you're gonna get face hugged. I think the two big eyes humanize it a little bit, makes it less scary. I probably will get rid of the two big eyes and then just have a lot of the little eyes just kind of staring at you. What we are going to do is shift these eyes around a little bit. Just to, I don't know. See, I don't like that. 7, 9. Let's try an 8, 8. Okay, I like that. For this, let's bump down the positioning. Oops, didn't mean to do that. This is going to bump it too far. There we go. See, the trick is I have to offset these just a little bit. Right, so maybe something like that. Now let's move this one in a little bit. which means this one gets to shift down just a little bit. A little bit more. There we go. That's looking a little better. Probably should make another eye. I do gotta say, I gotta head to bed since I have work early tomorrow morning. Just wanted to hop in and say hi, see you later. Yeah. Thanks for hopping in, Beanie. It was good talking to you. I will see you later. Hopefully we'll have some creepy spider action for you to get back on. Let's try and duplicate this. Jesus. It's too much. It's too much. Point two. I don't know. I do like what I'm starting to do here. I kind of want to see this eye go over a little more. Not quite that far, but we're close. Maybe a 2.5. No, maybe just a 2. Nope. Maybe a 1.8. Nope. Maybe. Because I also have to think about animations too. The eyes don't necessarily have to be like on the sides or anything. I just want a bunch of eyes kind of looking at you. Let's get rid of the big eyes for now. Just because I feel like the big eyes are like throwing me off. Yeah, let's get the big butt on there. The big old widow butt. There we go. I mean, I do like the thin legs, but I think we should have the thin legs and the thick leg variants. And then the big butt and the little butt variants. I think that's gonna be the best combination of things. I should have all the animations done for the most part. But would it be weird having like, I mean, should I have all certain skins be? No, you know what? I should just mix and match. You know, there's no reason why like the Black Widow can't be, you know, the thin-legged version. All right. So, let's save this. I know we're not done yet, but I want to do something else. But I think we're getting close. Like this eye is a little too far, I think. Yeah. I'll have to really customize this. But I want eyes on the top and I want eyes at the bottom. Maybe a couple eyes on the side, but I don't think so because if it has the animation to like look to the side, I don't think we need really eyes on the side. The thing is, I want to make it like Cthulhu-like, and I think another thing that would help is if I randomize the rotation of these a little bit, just to make them feel kind of, you know, like mix-matched a little bit, instead of just like straight cubes like they are now. Um, but I think everything else is pretty darn good. All right, we're gonna save this. File, save. For this, we're gonna do file, import this stalker type. I'm going to take everything in the head. Yep, that is the new head. I'm going to take the old head. We are going to delete it. Then I'm going to minimize. Now it's the weird thing is I wonder what the animations look like with the import. Does it import the animations? No, it does not. That kind of sucks. Cube. Okay, so we need the head. Here it is. Come on. Put the new head right there. So that would be the new head with the inner mandibles as well. Yeah. All right, and now I just get rid of the old body. There we go. So we will have the new head, and that would be the big abdomen style. So we'll have, okay, so we're just going to have these two. Good, good, good. Let's do a file. Let's do a save. Minimize both of these. I have to, I should actually just close these out because we need to rename the files. Oh man, it sucks being sick. It really sucks being sick. Shapes, entities, stalkers, all files. So we have to import these two new ones for me to do anything with them. So stalker type 1, normal. I changed the keyword. It's not normal anymore. It is surface now. So we're going to rename these surface. So we'll have type 1 and type 2. I need to copy all of this. Copy, paste, and paste. All right, let's save that. I have to go through and make sure there are no nulls, which of course there are. Ah, man, I just have them set as cubes. That kind of sucks. I'll deal with that later too. We'll go back into the model for that. Get rid of that. I'm gonna get rid of all the gossamer because we're kind of done with gossamer. Okay, stalkers. So for type, we're gonna have type be the texture. The variant groups, we are going to have condition. So the leg missing is a condition that I decided I don't want. That's not really, it's not really what I envisioned. But under a condition, right, we can have normal, or we can have thick-legged. Although at that case, really, is it condition or is it just type? Or should I do something like type and then subspecies? So type would be, I could do like thin leg, thick leg. Maybe for skeleton, I could do like big bone, little bone, or thin bone. Zombie, complete or parts missing. Um, the unstable, we could have, just like tentacle or, orb, something like that. So I'm gonna add a subspecies. Subspecies. The type, it's going to be we'll do thin leg, thick leg. See, technically, I can't really do anything with like, big butt or whatever. Unless I do a combination of the names, I could do thin leg, big butt, thin leg, little butt. Hmm. I guess the main question is going forward, right? This is always the hardest part, is laying your foundation. So really I have to think what what are the rest of the mobs going to look like? Japan has rice. Hey, how's it going, Japan? Leg type and butt type. Think so. Think I should do that. I could do like leg and abdomen. But the question is, would it be weird seeing like the widow with the thin butt type? Like the thin butt. Actually, that's not a bad idea because a lot of those thin butt types could be the male versions of the spider. The females are usually much bigger. All right, holy moly! I saw you working on this the other day. It's so detailed. Hey, I'm, I just wanted again, I wanted something like Lycanites, and I want to put a lore and legend in this too. So there's going to be a counter. There's probably some kind of book that you'll be able to track your stats, but the more of these you kill, you'll get like milestones for them. Like maybe you'll be able to craft a recipe, or like you'll get some kind of benefit from killing more and more of these. Like you'll unlock more of the lore, so you'll see some weaknesses, or maybe raise an attribute or something. The end goal would be it would be really cool if, like, again, I like Lycanites mobs. It'd be cool if you could have one of these as like a summonable pet, even if it's just temporary. Oh my god. That Mountain Dew was the Mountain Dew from yesterday. It gets really cold in here. I left it in this room. It's nice and cold now. So then probably what I should do is I should do probably type for these. And then I mean leg type and butt type. I think what I want to make this to where it's copy and pastable. So I have to think of it in terms of like the next mob that we do, the hollowed. They're going to be skeletons. So for the type here, right, instead of window recluse, orb weaver, boreal, it's going to have probably 4 base types to begin with. So maybe, there'll be a sun bleached one, and then there'll be, a petrified one, and then there'll be, a decayed one, and then there'll be whatever the fourth is. Actually, decayed, I don't think I had that written down. So let's go into here. For the hollowed skeleton, sun beach, petrified, decayed, and then rime. Which rime are going to be like the frozen ones. But really, all this dictates is the texture mapping for the main mob. And then what I want is what I was thinking of was like maybe status or subspecies or variant. Maybe variant would be a better term for it. And that would be like maybe here. I could do like thin leg, big butt. Thin leg, big butt, right? And then I could do a thin leg, little butt, and then I can do a thin, whatever, thick leg, thick butt. But it would the variant here would dictate, the model itself, like the type within the model. And then I wanted the condition, right? Because some of these I'm gonna want to have like a normal state and a semi-transparent or transparent state. Because I may want to give some of these like invisibility, for instance, like that ability. In which case you would just do probably like a creature swap, right? That way it can kind of change its state. Um, status would be again like surface, deep, tainted, corrupted, and the status would dictate special features about the mob itself. So like maybe the surface looks like the regular spider, and then it gradually, as you see a deep, as you see a tainted, like I add more to it. Like maybe the deep has like some spikes starting to form on the sides of its abdomen, and the front legs are starting to like maybe block up or something. Like something had like spikes at the tips or something. And then it progressively gets there to where like Nightmare is going to be like some weird spiky, fast, aggressive, strong. But you'll look at it and you'll see like with the texture, you'll be like, wow, that's a spider that's got like horns and stuff. And that's kind of what I want to do with all the monsters, right? For like the skeletons, I want it to range from like your simple, skeleton with maybe an arm missing or something, all the way to like, maybe it has like bone armor, so it's like a bone armor rib cage, and then maybe the next one has like an extra set of arms or something, so it's like four-armed, or until you have this like bulking weird bone megalith with like 3 heads or something. Um, so when I'm thinking of having to do doing this, I'm trying to think in terms of like, because I want to take this copy it, and then to make something new, I want to be able to change a couple of the core things. All the mapping's going to be there. So bam, all I have to really focus on is special abilities and AI tasks, textures, and the model. Maybe a couple tweaks here and there, like if I want a version to glow or whatever it is. So that's why I'm spending a lot of time on this, trying to really iron it all out. And then make things that make sense. Like, for instance, with my model, I mean, I have the thick legs, and as of today, I have the thin legs. That's great. But, should all widows, right, use the thin legs with the big butts? It would make sense for the boreal to use thick legs with the thick butt. The orb weaver, you could get away with maybe the thick legs with the little butt. Maybe not orb weaver. Recluse would be thin legs with the thin butt, definitely. So the orb weaver would get like the thick legs. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I know I'm probably overthinking it, but now is the time to overthink it so that when I'm halfway through the mod and I'm like, oh my god, I really should add this and I could do this and this and this. If I had taken a little time, maybe, crowdsource some ideas, I would have come to it. But now I got to spend like a whole half a day because I changed a couple names here and I got to change all the names that propagate through the code. Probably end up missing some, take half a day to resolve all the crashes and all the JSON issues, right? Like, oh, I got to rebuild the method here for spawning these things now because I added a whole new subcategory. So that's why I'm just trying to just get this. And who knows, maybe I am overthinking it. Maybe I am a little crazy. Yeah. So I guess for variant, type. Yeah. Just the smiley face. I like it. Back to basics. Um, Normal, semi-transparent. I should just put. Whoops. Transparent, because I know that's and condition probably shouldn't be the term for this. Maybe I can set this as visibility. Whoops, visibility. Seems like the right amount of thinking to me. Good, so I'm not going crazy. I know this isn't like the sexiest part of development, right? Mod development. But this is arguably the most important, right? Like if you don't lay your foundation for the mod right and really, plan for all the features that, you can't plan for everything, but most of the features and the directions you want to go in, I mean, it's just less heartache I mean, for instance, like with my machines mod, it didn't occur to me to have one machine and then just be able to put the instruction circuit in an item slot and have it turn into whatever that machine is. If I had just stopped and thought about it a little bit, I thought about it when I was when I was updating the Minecraft version of the mod. I'm like, I could totally do this since I have to rewrite anything anyways. And now if I bring it into Vintage Story, I pretty much have to throw all my old machines out the window and redesign, the whole subsystem of what a machine is based on this new way of, hot swapping your machines pretty much at, will. And I just don't want to do that again. I refuse to do that again. Um, and then what I was also thinking is if I do something else, because like again, I'm using Lycanites. I'm leaning heavily on it because it's such a solid idea. I don't know if you've ever used Lycanites mobs, but he has something like the Chupacabra, right? And then the Chupacabra, you have different types of it. There's like maybe an Ashened Chupacabra. There's like a regular, an Ashened, and you know, uh, Azure. Like maybe just a couple random colors, but that subtype, right? That subvariant or subspecies. I think what he does is like a species and subspecies. Actually, species would be good. Wow, species. And then we can do the subspecies. Because one was the model, the other one was just the texture. Like for the raptors, it was cool because you had the regular raptors, but you could tame like the blue raptor, or you could tame the red raptor, the crimson. And you would look and you'd see like, oh wow, that's a rare spawn. Oh man, I gotta get that. Like let's get the meat. Let's just get this now before it either attacks me or someone else kills it or it just despawns and it runs away. I want that kind of I want you to be able to look at these mobs and it's not just a spider. Like there are different kinds of spiders, but they're all gonna have like the same heart and soul, right? They're all gonna throw web at you. They're all gonna have a chance of trying to poison you, like jump on you and poison you with their claws. Which means that I also have to make a new damage source for the poison, which it's doable. Um, there's I just if I do something, I want to just do it, the best I can right out of the gate. I want it to be as fleshed out. So I guess all of that being said, for the subspecies, I could do I could just randomize that part. Like not necessarily do a subspecies. Like maybe I can have the subspecies be um can you randomize a variant group? My thought is what if I want to make taming or these kind of things? Like if you see like, oh, this is a blue widow, right? Or a green widow, or whatever the special color pattern is on it. Um, I don't think you can randomize variant groups. I think those are kind of static. Um, but like for instance, a widow with like a thin butt, you think it's cool, or the widow with thick legs, you think it's cool. I honestly don't even know what my creatures look like, my new model. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type in. We're gonna comment this out. Normal surface is going to be good enough for the widow. Instead of surface widow, I gotta see if the thin legs even work in game. Here I am assuming that everything's just gonna be okay. Really? Garbage. Couldn't just let me copy the name. You're like, I'm sorry, you can't do that. Okay, so for the Widow Stalker, let's pull from this. I know you could do like a wild card here, but I would want more control over it. Like maybe stored as metadata. I don't know. I don't know. All right, let's just build this. We'll see what errors come up. Oh, none. Well, yeah, variant groups at this stage are a quick way to define as many different codes all at once rather than having separate files. Yeah, yeah, I thought so. Nothing wrong with it. It's a good system. I actually really enjoy coding for Vintage Story a lot more than Minecraft. The flip side is for Minecraft, like with my mod, I could make potentially like anywhere from $5 to $15 a month passive income, right? So I at least like feel like I get some kind of monetary compensation for all the time I put in. Oh yeah, I gotta remap that. So that would be the thick-legged orb weaver. That would be the thin-legged um, widow variant. Of course, I got to redo the texture, but I kinda like the thin leg version. There we go. I gotta adjust that hitbox size. But see, wouldn't it be cool if there was like a green, like so you have the basic red, right? And then there's like, oh, here's the green variant, and then here's the blue variant, and here's the purple variant. Let's pull up the small widow, tainted, corrupt, surface. Here we go. Surface widow. Went right down to sleep. I had to redo the sleep animations a little bit, just because for the head, the legs were kind of blocking a lot of the eyes, kind of glitching through, so I fixed that today. I do, it's weird. Like, I like the thin legs, but I also like the thick leg version. Maybe I need to bite the bullet. I'm just floored by the detail in the animations. It took a long time to do this. I have the one animation for web. Here, I'll show you that. File, open. We'll do this one. Okay, this is the thin leg one. So keyframes. The poison attack is going to be the grab. So it's on you. Um, it goes back. It opens up its mandibles, and then it just chomps down, and then kind of jolts a little. I want this to be the poison attack. I think the new head does look better, and I think the inner kind of mandibles do a good job. Um, the attack, I had to redo that a little bit, especially for the thin legs. Like it lunges and it closes, and then it kind of drags it over. Um, that's the pierce. That's why I made it a piercing attack, because it's like kind of coming down. The web was pretty neat. So it gets ready, and then that's where it like shoots. That's when I want it to shoot. The idea is on all these, like it would be cool to do it, but you can make the mounting points, right? The attachment points. I would like to have one on the butt where the spinneret is for all the spiders. That way, maybe when it activates this, maybe I can have like a one square kind of inventory, right? That you can't access, just like a one slot inventory. And maybe it temporarily puts the item that I make for like what it's going to throw for the web in there. That way it looks like as it's getting ready to mount, you'll see the little orb of web there. And then when it throws it, I can just delete the item, right? That way it looks like it gets rid of it, and then it spawns it, right? And then it will, shoot the web wherever it is. On impact, I want it to then spawn my version of the spider web. That would be a temporary version. Like maybe it would last anywhere from like 2 to 5 minutes on a random timer. Each piece, and it's not gonna be a high priority for the AI tasks to do it, but just um, yeah, the jump was pretty cool. Like what it looks like in the air. Just like that, because that spider attack, right? But again, right, I'm making these stalkers like for people who do have arachnophobia. I'm trying to think of them a little bit. Like 8 legs could be a little much. I think that's a big trigger for people with arachnophobia. But I think 6 is pretty good because it could still be spider-like. But I don't know many people with arachnophobia who are afraid of ants too. Not to the same degree. So the 6 legs kind of make it a little more ant-like, I think. I mean, I could totally be wrong, but again, though, you're playing a game that's based on Lovecraftian stuff, right? Cthulhu and weird tentacle beasts and whatnot. So I can close that out. I think probably what I should do here. I like the idea of not locking in widows to just look like this. Widows should maybe have the small butt version and the thick leg version too. And then maybe for the skeletons, I can have, like sword arm, or you know maybe bow, or you know what I mean. Maybe that one can do range too. So maybe you can have the subvariants there may actually be the fighter type. Maybe one could be like melee. One could be like maybe a melee crawler, a melee, there's a lot that I can work with, but I think for spiders the right avenue is making this accessible, right? Thick leg, thin leg, thick butt, thin butt, and we can mix and match. So I guess subspecies would be a pretty good descriptor of that. So I could do maybe leg, caps log. I'll do leg thin, and then I don't want to say butt. Really, I think it's the abdomen is the correct terminology for it. So leg thin, what is it? Abdomen, abdomen, AB, abdomen, small. Which means that I'm also gonna have to make a lot more textures too, because the widow hourglass I want to be on all types. I'm gonna have to scale that down, so I'm gonna have to have two sets of all of the spider types, textures, which is doable. Like once I break it down, it's not gonna be that hard to do. I just have to kind of redo work that I already did. Although I did want to touch on them anyways to make them look a little better. Like you can't really see it here, but like on the joints, can I zoom in? You kind of see like the lighter parts on the joints. I wanted to make them just like pop a little more. The mandibles, I actually want to completely recustomize with the textures. I want like a faded, like I want them to maybe be darker on the first part, and then like fade into whatever the color is. And then I also have to, all these don't have the inner mandible textured. So I kind of want to do that. So I would have to redo the textures anyways. But I think having all these little variants is going to help. So we're doing it. We're doing it. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste this. So we could do leg thin, abdomen big. And then I think this should be more than enough variety to make stalkers feel complete. Leg thick. Leg thick. So leg thick, abdomen big, leg thick, abdomen small, leg thin, abdomen big, leg thin, abdomen small. For visibility, I'm not sure if I should have visibility now, because it's not going to be called visibility, and I'm not sure how it translates to, like, maybe a wraith would have this, like visibility, but what does a spider have, right? What would a spider's be? Like visibility wouldn't work. What about the hollowed, right? Skeletons. What would be their, like what special ability, right? Like invisibility seems like that's an extra move. It's like, and then it's like what? I can't visualize other attacks. That would almost be like, oh, well, instead of visibility, it's not really an attack, it's more like a utility. And I think it would be a cheap pass to allow all of these creatures to, just go semi-transparent and then turn invisible. That just doesn't seem right. Like making a spider invisible, like maybe a spider could camouflage. Maybe I could do something where, like, if the spider's on the ground, maybe I can look at what texture that the spider is standing on. And then, but then again, like, what would the special characteristic of the bone, you know, the hollowed be? I think I should just get rid of this. I don't think we need that at all. Status is going to be really important. I almost wanted to put this down as tier, like what tier it is. But I feel like in all of my mods I use the word tier. So, but technically it would be a tier, right? Because if we come down to here, what does the game call it? Because there's health by type, right? So technically this type it's not really apples to oranges. There was something here that I had to fill in. Oh, it was an AI tasks. So if we go down damage by type, damage tier by type. So you know what? Tier is actually what we're going to use because it's kind of what the game is already using. And if I think about it, like status at first meant to me like how rift tainted it is, right? How much like the surface, like that means that it's not really rift tainted, it's going to be like a regular spider, but something that's like corrupt has it's been in the rift too long, right? Like it's starting to grow weird appendages. It's reminiscent of a spider and it has all the same abilities of a spider, but it just looks scarier, right? Like more like a void hell spawn thing than what it originated as. Hey, bacon, bacon, bacon. So maybe status isn't the good thing here, because status to me would be like, is it poison? Does it have haste? Does it have a barrier? Tier is what we're gonna use. All right, so we got a lot to do. That means all these skip variants I can get rid of. Because I was kind of on the fence with like leg missing. It was a cool idea because like, oh, in the wild, you can sometimes see like a spider with like 7 or 6 legs, and you could tell that that spider's been through some shit. But I don't know, it didn't translate well in the model. Like with missing legs, it's like, well, because they don't have 8 originally, because I wanted to stick with the 6. Now it just looks like a 4-legged thing with like maybe a little stump of a leg kind of pointing up like an antenna. Nah. It felt forced is what it felt like. Okay, so if that's the case, we need to redo the shape by type. So what I'm gonna have to do is I will look for. Technically, I don't need to know what type it is anymore. So something like widow doesn't mean anything to me. But what I really need to look at for the subspecies is going to be, well, what I really need to look at is subspecies and tier. Excuse me. So it'd be like this and then surface. Right? That's what I care. Anything before it, I don't care. Anything after, well, there is nothing after. Joined the VS server last night. Yeah, Beanie said that winter was right around the corner. And boy, you know it. As soon as I get the stalkers, what I would consider in mostly done state, it's getting this mod. I want to try it. I want to see those beady red little eyes, just staring at me from my window, just waiting to eat my biscuits. Oh man. I don't think in the shape by type, when you're doing this, like I know here for like surface, what I could do is, pop in tier. And then it would look to see whatever the tier is. I don't think you can do that in the name here, right? Like I could do like something like a wild card. I think that's as close as I could get, so it just kind of looks at anything, and then it would associate the tier. I think that would work. We'll give it a try. Worst case scenario, it doesn't work, it blows up in my face. We all have a good laugh. um, Big. Let's change this to big. Let's change this to thick. Let's change this to thick. Let's get rid of all of this. I'm going to statically put in in case I do make any other an expansion to this, like it's requested that I make, a certain kind of a spider, and I think it's a good idea. I'd like to know that at least my bases are covered with some kind of shape. Things aren't gonna crash in my face in a spectacular way. So I'll put this in. Save. Okay, and now what I need to do is break this up a little bit. We need to make 4 versions of the Stalker. So let's do this. It's clobbering time. What I'm going to do is copy paste this. Oh, I can't do it with the game running, of course. Boop, boop. Okay, so copy paste this, copy paste. I am going to rename these. Let's get rid of that. Stalker type 1, maybe I could just make it like a type 1, type 2, type 3, and type 4, because since I'm doing the mapping anyways. I don't foresee any time in the future regretting a decision to just number instead of name just for the sake of length, right, of the file, like the type, the name of the file. Oh yeah, whoops, look at it yelling at me. So I can make this like 3, and then I can make this a 4, because we're gonna have a lot, right? Because for all of these there's going to be 5 versions of it, so this may actually balloon up fairly quickly. I guess now is the time to consider, should I continue doing what I'm doing? Um, so I'll pull this up and I'll explain. So right now, the legs don't overlap because of all the animations, but the abdomens do. So the way I'm doing this is to get the big butt for the abdomen. I have this I have the big abdomen set for a certain texture type. And basically what it does is it sees like, oh, is this a Black Widow? Black Widows have the big abdomen. So I map the texture of the Black Widow spider to here. And then the thin abdomen basically gets hidden because I always have a default texture, which is a 16 by 16 fully transparent texture that I assign it. So it comes up, you can't see it, it's invisible. And then the same thing, right? So if it's a small abdomen spider, then the big abdomen gets the transparency, and then you can see the small. Like that's kind of how I'm doing, but both of them are within the same. I just don't know what the standard for something like that is. If it's a better idea to just have more files and have it to where it's like clear cut, like this would be the thin leg, thin abdomen. And then I just get rid of the big abdomen and, bam, good to go. Hey, Lord Jar Jar, how's it going? Lord Jar Jar. Misa, happy to see you. I'm thinking. I think I'm gonna make the executive decision here. It is kind of annoying to look at something like this because, like for instance, I see that right there, the small abdomen, kind of getting in the way here. Um, there have been it's got me a couple of times where I'm like trying to find the small abdomen, and I think I'm working on it, but it's really the big abdomen because I was tired and I just looked for the keyword of abdomen. I think I need to separate these out. I really think I need to do that. So what I'm going to do is just that. Separate them out. So this will be the first one, right? Number 1 will be the leg thin, abdomen small. So it's actually this version. What I can do is take a big abdomen. We can delete that out. It's going good. And Misa happy to seeing Yusa too. I tried to rewatch some of the Star Wars, right? And I actually the one with Jar Jar in it, like watching it at, being older, right? Because I remember as a kid, it's like, oh wow, cool, look at that. And then you like watch Star Wars as an adult, and you're like, all right, I'm actually gonna pay attention to this shit. I love Star Wars, but the movies are kinda. I feel like they're really rushed. It's like, there's the one scene where you're underwater, right? And Jar Jar is doing his comedic relief, and the Jedi dude's like trying to go through, right? And like maneuver and outrun something, and all of a sudden there's this big thing for no reason. They just kind of look at each other, and then it's like all of a sudden you're with like Princess Leia above ground, and she's being held hostage, or trying to get in somewhere, and then all of a sudden it pans back to like some other person. All of a sudden it pans back, and all of a sudden they're on land, right? And it's like, oh, I guess that completes that journey. They made it inside. There's such a lapse in time in the movie. I'm like, I get it. The movie would be super, super long, but I mean, why not just, do it right if you're gonna do it? Like, let me marathon it. You know how many nerds you would make happy? It was tough. It was definitely a tough thing to pay attention to. Because I'm like, how did young me not realize this? How was I not outraged? All right, let's make this a little bigger here. All right, so we still have the decal at the end. We have the decal at the top and the bottom. I kind of like the setup here, how thin the butt is. I think if it's too long, it's gonna be like a thin, weird, skinny version of the thick butt. So I like that it's a little shorter. So I think this is pretty good. Again, the eyes are jacked up. It's gonna take a little. I may end up doing that off stream, like pulling up a streamer or something, or watching. I don't know. Pick a show, right? And then I can maybe adjust the eyes because all I have to do I just have to do it on one model, and then I can propagate it through to the others. So this should be good. Let's just make sure animation's working. Yep, look left, and then yep, it goes back. We could. Never mind. No, that's actually pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's go back to cube. Okay, so that's Stalker Type 1 surface. Next one's going to be thin leg, big abdomen. So what I'm going to actually do is add like an extra one for the rest of them. That way it's going to be easier to renumber them. There we go. So this one is going to be, I should probably copy all of this. Let's open this up, paste all that back in. There we go. That's looking better. I should probably look for some default or null textures. I do have some nulls. Cube 1, Cube 2, Cube 63. Before I move on, we are going to name this stuff properly so I don't hate myself in the future. I don't think it's anything in eyes. It's not the fangs. I think these are the inner mandibles that I've been working on. So really all I have to do is just pop these out of here because I got the right orientation, I think. Cube 1, Cube 63. This one we can delete. Cube 1, we are going to rename this inner mandible R. We'll keep it in line 1. Inner mandible R1. I'm going to copy this. This will be inner mandible L1. I'm going to properly drop these onto the mandible. I want them all to work together. Boop. There we go. That should fix that. So I guess we got to think what texture we want to give it to. Let's close out some of this stuff. I don't need this open. Don't need that. Don't need that. I will open this. We will copy this. I guess I could get rid of some of the keys too, like missing leg is no longer a thing. There is no missing leg. So anything that is leg missing, we are going to replace that with skin. 31 occurrences. That does make sense. Which means that we can now delete that up here. I did have it set for eyes and fangs were separated out. The idea was that I thought that I may want more than one color of eyes. I think for the spiders, I want all of them to have red eyes. It just makes sense to me to keep a uniform like that. So we're gonna get rid of eye, and we are gonna pull eye from the skin texture anyways, right? Because there's no reason why um I would want to make custom eyes, right? That anyone can think of. The eyes really don't dominate here. Red, I think, is perfect. Red is aggressive. Although now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, well, I could set it to where when the spider is aggroed on someone, um, maybe the eyes can turn red. You know what I mean? Like maybe they could be whatever default color I give them. So maybe on the boreal it's black. You know, like on the widow maybe I make it like a lighter kind of ash color because black would, it would merge too much with it. And then it could flip over to red. Could leave it just in case. Yeah, I'm kind of liking this idea because I should be able to like kind of sniff to see when the creature is attacking someone. And then from there, it would just be a simple texture. Like I could make a watched attribute for it, right, to make sure that the client and server sync up. In that watched attribute, I can look to see if it's maybe running an AI task for like seeking player or attack, or like there's probably some kind of hooks in there to see like, yes, this is hostile. And then I can change the watched attribute, which then in my custom renderer I could do a texture swap. You could leave the eyes red, but when aggroed they glow. Um, that one would be a little harder to do, mainly because the glow comes from the actual model itself. So for instance, for the eyes, here I'll show you in one of these here. If you go down to face and then scroll down, this is where the glow level is. So it's not really there may be a way to like dissect this and then manually change that glow level, but that would mean for each of these I would have to have a different model pretty much for the eyes. So I would have to have two models. One would be the base spider, and one would just be the eyes, and then I could swap out the model of the eyes to each mapped color, or whatever the glow level is that I want. A glowing and non-glowing. But then again, that's just a lot more work for kind of very little. Yeah, changing the glow is very like the only way I've been able to do something like that is through having a secondary model. So like just duplicating the model, having one with the glow level of 0, one with the glow level of 150, calling them both, and then making an actual variant. And then that would be like eyes glow, eyes don't glow. Which, if I want to do that, I could, because there's nothing that says that for instance, the stalkers, right? Let's look at our let's look at this, right? References. Stalkers, they're pretty much like spiders. They have eyes. Hollowed, even though they're skeletons, I would like to have in the hollowed out part, right where their eyes were, I would like to have something that kind of glows there. Like not necessarily fire, but maybe like a rotating like energy orb of some color. The zombies, I'm not sure if I'm going to have anything for like the zombies. I haven't really thought that far ahead. I may not even have zombies, honestly. Between us, I think the whole zombie thing is pretty stupid. Uh, I can get behind like a skeleton moving, but for some reason zombies just it's like come on, really? Rigor mortis doesn't kick in, like decomposition, like the thing is dead, right? But still able to go on in this weird mindless state. It happens in ants, but they're not as complex, right? Once your heart gives out, what's circulating blood? What's your mitochondria doing? I've always kind of hated the zombie idea. And I'm not sure that like I could get away with skeletons just because I think that would be badass. Like a big thick bone colossus thing. For a zombie, it's like, what am I gonna have? Some kind of weird fleshy abomination? I don't think I'm that good at modeling. This ain't World of Warcraft where you can do like, a big abomination with its guts jiggling around, a big hook to pull things in. The unstabled, I don't think I'm thinking for that it's going to be like a floating eye. And the idea is the eye like swells up and then it explodes. I'm not sure if I'm giving that eye tentacles yet or not, to where it's kind of like a beholder, like a big blinking eye, maybe with some tentacles that kind of swirl around. But again, like I making a big eyeball glow, I don't think that quite works. The idea behind the spider's eyes always glowing is I liked it in Minecraft. Like there's something about looking out your window and just seeing a pair of red eyes, looking your way, and you're like, ooh. But I don't think I'm gonna. I guess I talked myself out of it. I'm not going to differentiate between glowing and not glowing eyes. It's a lot of work for very, very little payback. But yeah, I am going to keep the mapping of the eyes in case I ever do want to do it. Doesn't make sense to get rid of it now, anyways. It's already done. The fangs, however, I don't think I'm going to need to have specific things with the fangs. I think that was just me being lazy. Past Vice, that lazy bastard. Always making more work for me. And I think the lazy part, it wasn't the fact that I was doing, keying in fangs. It was because I just had to, all I had to do was just embed in the main texture a couple places for the fangs. And I'm like, screw it. I'll just remap it to like stone or something that's already in game so I don't have to worry about doing a texture now. And, yeah. Changing glow after tessellation. Yeah, but you would have to that would be the I've tried to do that. That's like the total glow of the entity itself. You would have to get the composite shape, and you would have to like pick out exactly like the name that you wanted to, the name part that you would want to tweak, and then dig into it further from there and then be like, yeah, that face north, a Fang L2 face north. It's a pain in the butt. I tried to do it with the airships, and it was a lot easier just to make a whole second model and then just flip between the two than doing this whole like, oh well, because technically like for the fangs, like if you wanted something to disappear, you could take apart your composite shape and you can disable certain parts of it. Tyron was talking about it, and I'm just like, that's fucking complex. Like I don't do this for a full-time job. I don't want to sit there and spend like a couple weeks writing the code of this complex thing just to do something that two or three models, just copy paste to make a couple tweaks, bounce between those, bam, done. Who doesn't hate their past selves? I feel like past Vice screws me over more times than he would care to admit. He knows what he did. But then again, he does some cool things like leaving this can of soda. Because last night I was thinking, I'm like, I'm not gonna put it in the fridge. It gets cold in here. By the time I come back in here to live stream, I bet it's cold. That you did right, sir. Congratulations. The rest of this stuff, get your shit together. All right, anything that's null, I'm going to default it to skin. That should take care of everything else. I have default to the eyes. We have all the eyes mapped, and then that's all the animations. So Fang is officially out of the picture. Awesome. So really, this is what we have to deal with. And even a lot of this texture mapping isn't going to be something that we will use. Like, we're never going to be calling the big decal, the big abdomen, or the big bottom, because this stalker type technically deals with all the small. So I'll have to keep that in mind too. Okay, let's continue because I'm doing an awful lot of talking. So yeah, I'm going to have to come through back to the eyes. I think everything else is pretty good. Let's see what should be in position 2. So leg thin, abdomen big. That's what she said. File open. I think it's going to be this one. Yep, thin leg, abdomen big, which means up here, anything that's abdomen small, we can just waste paper basket. So then that's this version of it. So we could do a file, save as. I want this to be number 2. Come on, Grandpa. Don't you die on me, computer. Don't you have a hissy fit. I give you plenty of power, you power guzzling bastard. No! Don't crash on me, man. Come on. Oh man. I should probably start a new computer fund. My computer is old. I need a new one. maybe I can save up that sweet Minecraft Curse Forge paycheck every month. That whopping like $3 to $5. Woo! Ah, this freaking sucks, man. I hate when it does this. Hey, my new computer is on the way. Yeah. Widows also have a fairly small cephalothorax. Oh, you're talking about the head part? Head slash, leg attachment part. They do. Again, this is going to be my take on the spiders. Ideally spiders have 8 legs. Mine have 6. I already have my 4070 Ti. That's pretty cool, but you know what I don't like? It seems like they have it to where the clip for power has so many clips and unclips before it forces itself to break. All right, so this is just hose. Close all windows. Close. Didn't even do it. Let's refresh the folder. Nope, didn't even do it. Didn't even try. Come on, computer. Gotta get your shit to. We have so many more models to do. Don't you be pulling this. There we go. Oh, again, you know what? I'm not going to do anything special with this because I have to finish redesigning the head anyways. I will get rid of the null strings, but I'm going to leave these listed as cube. So I want to keep abdomen big. Keep all the legs, of course. Abdomen small, we can get rid of that. File, save as, stalker type 2. Save. There we go. That's all I wanted you to do. Lazy bastard. Open. Open this one next. This is going to be a thick-legged. There we go. So the next one I think is thick leg, small abdomen. So we got to come up to the small abdomen. Actually, we got to come up to the big abdomen. Delete it. So that is going to be this variant. So we'll do File, Save As. Rename this to Stalker Type 3, Save. And then File, Open. This, Open. Okay, this is the thick abdomen, which means the small we need to get rid of. So thick abdomen, thick leg. File, Save as. Man, we got pizza today. Oh my god, it was so good. I decided to talk about it because I burped a little bit there and got a taste of the pizza. The funny thing is, when someone says something like that, immediately you're like, "Oh man, ugh, gross." But I guarantee you, every one of you have done that, been like burp and be like, "Yeah, that was pretty good." It's only gross when you see other people do it. Okay, so now it should be pulling up. We should have multiple subspecies. Species, subspecies, and tier. I really like how this layout is now. Really, really like it. So if I want to make a new variant, right, a new texture, I think I have a pretty good like the widow is black, right, with the, that's very iconic. The recluse, it's gonna be more like brown, woody type. The orb weaver is just like a freaking, might as well be a rainbow, right? Like the yellow, the white, and the black. And then the boreal, that's my fictional one, right? That's gonna be an ice spider. So we're gonna have a lot of whites and blues in that. So I think the color spectrum's pretty well laid out. All right, let's go a little further down. So I could do type 2, type 3, and type 4. For the textures, remember the fang is gone, the missing leg is gone. Fang gone, missing leg gone. I'm just gonna manually delete these out. Fang gone, missing leg gone. Missing leg is out of here. Fang is out of here. Missing leg out of here. Fang out of here. I can't wait to see these spiders walking around. Missing leg. Fang. Fang and missing leg. Fang. Missing leg. Fang and missing leg. There we go. That should be everything. We're going to save this. I'm going to rebuild. Oh, we're going to take one look at, where is it? Creature, item creature. I have to make sure that I don't have to update this. Okay, so this right here. So we get the first code part, substring 4, because I named them item stalker. I just want it to be stalker. I want this to extend to like hollowed and everything, so I'm gonna have like item hollowed, so substring made sense to get rid of the item part, and then just whatever the name is after that. I wanted this to be as universal as it could be, and then we have, oh, so we have 1, 2, and 3. So really, we didn't grow or shrink any. We just kind of changed the names. So it's going to get the species, subspecies, and tier, and then it's going to build the item. So we shouldn't get any crashes, which is good. All right, let's play. Start. I want to see these spiders. The changes have not propagated through to the items that we can make. So we're not, you know what? We're not really going to see all of the, well, actually, it should spawn all the items, but all the textures are not yet done. So we're going to get a lot of texture issues. But I'm okay with that. Slash time. Set day. All right, spiders. So Stalker, Boreal, Normal. Oh, duh. Oh my god. I gotta stop. Hold on. I do have to update the item. I think I've done this a handful of times too. But yeah, because it's trying to do like the normal, the transparent, the leg missing. That shit ain't right anymore. It's an easy fix though, because really, again, this is me being lazy. All I have to do is just like paste in this, right? Come down to the shape by type, which is literally this. I just copy and paste, right? So now it's going to have the right model. And then for the textures by type, I just copy all of this. Bam. and then paste over all the old crap. There we go. Oh, glad I saved the whole 30 seconds and wasted a lot more time. All right, let's start. Now we're gonna have a lot of spider variants. We'll manually spawn, hot spawn a couple. I want to do like the smallest and the biggest they can be. What is that? Thick leg. Print screen. Paint.net. I could probably find it somewhere in the logs, but honestly, this is a faster method. Paste, expand canvas size. So what is this? Nameless horror, stalker, recluse, thick leg, dash nightmare, not found. Oh, entity shape 4. Stalker, recluse, thick leg, abdomen small, dash nightmare. Was supposed to be at shapes, entity stalker, stalker type 3 dash nightmare. Oh yeah, the big versions, right? They're not going to be accounted for because I technically don't have a nightmare. So right now, all we could do is spawn the small, which, fuck it, I'm okay with that. It doesn't make sense to write more code when it's working for what I want now. I'm noticing the textures did not map, but it looks like we do have all of our variants here. Widow, Recluse, Orb Weaver, Boreal. So let's get rid of some of this stuff. Gossamer. So I want to look at all the widows. We have that one, that one, that one, and that one. So we have that version, that version, that version, and that version. I like that. Right? Look at that one. That one's just like fancy walking. It's like, uh-huh. Oh, you fancy bastard. I've noticed that some of the animations are a little borked on that. I gotta fix that. What about you, the thin leg? Look around. Oh, that one's looking good. So the thick-legged ones I have to. Okay, see that looked right. So the thin legs have the right animations. Um, the thick legs I need to adjust it a little bit. It looks like they're trying to like mime. Those sure look like some spooky spooters. Yeah, right. Imagine them throwing web, right? Because this slows you down when you're not in creative. So they'll be able to they'll be able to web you to try and slow you down as they're chasing you. And I'm not sure if I want these to have a swarm mentality to where if you attack one, it alerts all the others like within a 15 block radius that they're under attack and what their target is. Look at that one. Do you see that freaking fancy walk it's doing? It's like it's walking down like a runway. Come on, walk again. I got to see it because it's not gonna last. See, that's the regular walk. Come on, do it. Tippy toes it. Oh, that's so great. Okay. Oh, I needed that. That was pretty good. Ooh. Okay, so for the textures, we're gonna have Widow Dash. Oh, I see why it didn't show up. Widow Dash, normal, small, Widow Dash. Oh man, do I really have to differentiate all of this? Shoot, I think I do. I think I do. So each one of these then is going to have, I'm going to make a bunch of white space. I'm going to start with this. It would make sense. I think I can keep the key. If the key doesn't go to anything, I don't think it errors out. It just doesn't map the key anywhere. So I could theoretically get rid of all these defaults, right, and paste everything. Everything's going to remap to skin. I can copy this, and then we can paste it into here. Thin leg, abdomen, big. Because at some point, these skins are going to be different because there's going to be like thin leg, abdomen, big, thin leg, abdomen, small. So it's not going to be skin anymore. The texture names are going to be subspecies that I can put in. So doing it this way is probably going to be the best to future-proof myself. We will focus on just the widows first, make sure everything works. Thick, we will do thick. Yeah, we'll do just the widow variants. Widow variants of the surface. Yeah, stop debugging. We'll start it fresh. I probably could have just fireballed it in, but I didn't feel like doing it. I think this soda is keeping me awake. I got my sleep medicine here, but I'm not yet that tired. It is not yet time. It's only 9:12. That is awesome. I can't believe the thick leg spider walking with a strut like it was. Oh man. The widow variants, I did not propagate it through to the item yet. So the items aren't going to look good, but we should get nope, 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 and nope. Not yet. Yeah, that's the strut I'm talking about. Look at that. The thick leg strut. Freaking fancy strut. Maybe I should make one where all of these monsters can dance. If I ever make these tameable, you bet you there's gonna be a dance animation. Maybe it'll be like a moonwalk like that. That's hilarious. Oh my god. Oh man. Oh, let's look at some of the logs here. Tessellation, Stalker dash Widow dash Thigleg dash Surface using shape. Stalker type force surface or one of its alternates. Oh, okay. So mapping, missing mapping for texture code Fang. And then looks like some of these have null, missing for missing legs. Okay, so if that's the case, let's come into here. Is there anything with null? I don't think there is. Anything with Fang? Nothing. Anything with oh, what the hell is it? Missing leg. No, there is not. Let me make sure my textures are indeed right. Stalker. Okay, so Widow dash Thin Leg dash. Okay, so it would be under entities. Yep. Stalker. Yep. Type, which in this case would auto-populate Widow. Yep. And then type dash skin, which would be Widow dash skin. So it should be pulling this texture here for the Widow, but it is not. It should be doing the same for... wait, and it is called type. No, it is not called type. Shit, I renamed all that. It's called species now. Oh. Mother of God. So I could just do a search and replace. So let's do everything type. Let's pop in species. Find it all, baby. All right, save, fireball, boop, reload. Now the thin are not going to have the hourglasses on them. They're just going to be all black. It is something that will be fixed. I do want an hourglass on all of them because a widow to me is just that. Like that's the iconic part of a widow. Okay, all but the couple legs. That means that for that model, that's the thick-legged anyways. I could tell by the way it's strutting. I need to fix those two. But the thin legs should be, for the most part, working. Okay, that one is doing the slow walk. This is the complete one that I did. So imagine the little hourglass there. So for the thin leg, let's pull up the model, which should be... Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't add these to the project. Yep, that happened. All right, let's look for hashtag null. Let's replace that with skin. Let's look at leg missing. Let's replace that with skin. Let's look at fang. Let's replace that with skin as well. All right, and let's come back to the top. Let's save this. I want to pull up the mapping here. Copy all this. Come back in here, paste that in, save. We can build. Okay, so that should have fixed both thin-legged version of my spiders for the Widow. I think we'll do all the thin-legged version first, and then we'll look at the model for the thick leg. I may have to tweak some of the animations, obviously. Chances are, what had happened probably was I ended up. I think I know what happened actually. For the thick, it would be an easy fix. So thin, that works. Thin, that works. That is going to be very similar to the final product for the Widow. I do want to make the joints. Don't run away from me. The leg joints there, how there's that little texturing, like little lightness. I do want to make that pop a little more. So I will be doing that. The underside, I'm not sure for these if I want to put the Widow mark on the bottom too. Oh, fucking creepy, running right towards you, right? Like the hourglass, because this is, again, it's not a real spider, it's just based off of it. Maybe I should put the hourglass on the bottom as well, right? Do top and bottom. Because technically it should be on the bottom. It's just when it's charging you, I want you to see that hourglass. So I'll probably end up just doing that. All right. Goodbye. Goodbye. Death. Okay. Let's get rid of that. So those are working pretty well. Let's close this out. Actually close all of this out. Let me get rid of this. I'll keep Stalker up. I can get rid of this. I can keep these two files up. Let's pull this bad boy back up. Do a file open. Widow. I think this is the one without broken animations. What I need to do is import the head, because I do want to change out the head to the new head. This looks too ant-like, the original version. Let's test the walk. Actually, the look left and look right, or we'll test run. Yep. So that is correct. Let's go back to cube. I'm gonna minimize all of this. I wonder if it messed something up when I did the import. Let's go to root. Let's do file import. I wanted to import this, right? The thin-legged stalker, because what I want from that is the head. So this head, I want here. This head I want removed. The rest of the body I want removed. So that would be the new head. Let's make sure that keyframes are indeed working. So there's the look left. I'm not doing a high five up in the air anymore. And it has my new head on it. Good. So let's cut out of this. Now what we can do is go back to the stalker up top. So type 3 should be the leg thick, abdomen small. So let's go to abdomen big and delete it. So now we have abdomen small. Let's test the keyframes again. Look left is indeed working quite well. Yep. Let's go back to cube, file, save as. This is supposed to be surface 3, type 3. Now what I can do is just undo, delete that, file, save as. This should be surface 4, yes. Which also means that 12 we can delete, 13 we can delete, and 14 we can delete. I will save the widow-surface as a base JSON file. I will probably turn that into an all-in-one, like I will import everything on top of it, just so I can have like an archive, you know. I like to save like everything. Copy, paste. Let's pop this in here too. Paste. Okay, so we're gonna look for a couple of things, right? First of all, anything that is null, which appears to be nothing. Good. What about leg missing? Yep. So leg missing, we know that needs to be skin. And also fang needs to be skin. Oh, looks like I may have already done it with this. Really? Oh, because I did the import. So let's go all the way down. I want to make sure for the head, okay, mandible, fang takes from the skin. Okay, so it kind of took it from the import. Good. Save that, go here. Again, I want to make sure there's nothing for null, and it looks like there is indeed nothing. Leg missing, let's replace all that, and then let's go to fang. Good, there's nothing for fang. Save that. All right, let's close out, and close out. So that should have fixed everything for the widow, all variants of it. Let's test it out. If we fully fix the widow, we are going to finish the mapping. It's going to be a matter of copying, pasting, and then changing like 4 keywords for each one. We'll get the other 3 species online. And then we can start looking at the textures specifically, you know, making the thin and thick versions of each spider. Oh, those are still there. So we got 1, we got 2, we got 3, and we got 4. Looks like those animations are still a little borked. I wonder if they're like that because I'm doing an import. Maybe I can't import. Maybe I can't import because it is it could be changing some of the base like where the legs are. You know, like the rotation, because it looks like everything's rotating on a weird kind of axis. And all I'm doing, I know it's just that I'm doing the let's pull it up, because those animations should be borked in the model creator. File, open, Here we go, surface 3. Let's do keyframes, and let's look left. Weird. Looks to be correct here. I don't know. I'll have to look into that. Who knows? Maybe I'm doing something weird that I just haven't found out yet with like the positioning or something. Could be for the body. I'll figure it out. I should probably stop doing that animation. Poor grandpa computer. Okay, so the texturing we know is working. So let's copy all of this. Copy, paste. Everywhere where it says widow, we'll do recluse, 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 and of course, recluse. All right, we're going to paste this in again. So this one's going to be orb weaver, orb weaver, orb weaver, and orb weaver. And then the last one is boreal. Oh man, I've been waiting for that sneeze to come out. Oh my god. That was a good sneeze. Sorry, computer. This is why my computer hates me. Bastard sneezed on me again. Thank you, Bacon Queen. You just wait till you open up that shape again. You think it was bad when I stalled before? Ho, ho, ho. Oh, man. All right, let's reload. All right, so everything should be, all the mapping should be fixed for all of the models of Spider. All the surface texture models of Spider. So let's pop into here. It looks good so far. So I'll do recluse. We're just going to spot check a couple. So that's our recluse. That's the recluse that we have to create a new texture for. That way it has the stripes. Looking pretty good. Jacked up eyes. Freaking awesome. I assume everything else is working. Let's come up to the top here. Now, what we have to do is I want all of these texture changes to occur in the item. Now that we know all of them are working, this is going to be the ultimate spot check for the textures because I'll be able to see everything through creative. Oh, I never finished cleaning all this up. Boop, boop. I'm going to keep the wild card there. I like the idea of using like white marble and bauxite for whatever the eyes of the spider are going to be. So they're all going to be white marble texture. That way it's apparent, right? Like, hey, this is a new spawn. Make a texture for it, but here's something so you don't get errors. Because nothing's actually wrong. You just are lazy. All right. Save all that. We're going to build it. Came back looking good. Whoo! Yep, nightmare's not found. There's a lot of things that are not found. You'll get over it. You'll get over it. All right. So far, the items look pretty damn good. So all of these, these are gonna, so all the deep, all of the tainted, all the corrupted, and all the nightmare technically do not have a shape yet. But it looks like everything else here is represented. We have everything from the frost spiders. Yep, they look pretty good. Yep, that looks good. That looks good. Orb weavers. I actually like the orb weaver a lot. I think that looks good as a base. You know, the butt of it. Look at that strut. I gotta fix that. I gotta fix that. All right, so all the items are working. Localization is working, I think, so we don't have to do anything special. Nope, nothing special. All right, let's close this out. I don't think I need this up anymore. I don't think I need this up anymore. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here, copy, paste. You know what? Paste, 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 paste. There we go. Oh, you know, let's undo one of those pastes. There we go. And I'm going to get all the subvariants in now, right? So there's deep. There is the tainted. There is the corrupt. And of course, there is the nightmare. And I'm just going to fill all of these in now. That way, it's not, it'll have some kind of texture. I kind of wanted to have these in anyways because the idea is that, you know, the nightmare, you know, there's going to be a progression of, you know, modifications that happens to the base spider. So I might as well have the base spider already in. So I'm going to copy a keyword like nightmare. I'm just going to paste it into all 4 variants. Right? And then I'll do deep next because why not? So this will have a deep. This will have a deep. This will have a deep. I'll do corrupt next. Copy. This will have a corrupt. This will also have a corrupt. And this will have a corrupt. I will do tainted next. Did not mean to actually open the file. There we go. Copy. All right. And this will be tainted. This will be tainted. This will be tainted. There we go. Now everything should have, it's all going to look the same, but it should not be complaining anymore. And then we got to work on the animations. I think if I have to, I will. I'll just recreate the head. I'll work on the one and give it a solid, you know, head. Like I'll position the eyes where I want them, and there we go. So everything has a model now. I don't think I saw anything pop up. Yeah, we got no more errors coming in on the side. So everything's gonna have a model. You'll just have to use your imagination, like the tainted, like the nightmare widow. You know, that is going to probably have like spikes and, you know, like maybe the widow hourglass will have more depth to it. The legs may have some kind of spike horns on them. You know, who knows? Who knows? So there'll be more things. Fucking creepy. Goddamn creeper. Here, let's do the big orb weaver. Yeah. Oh, and I found out with this reflection, the way it is, that is actually something for the type of world we're in. Technically, this should be we're 4 away from like bedrock. Well, we're 2 technically 2 away from bedrock. Light level works differently here for the rendering. When you go into the real world, reflections are not this severe at all. You don't even notice the reflections. Everything looks really good. So this is just like a weird thing because like maybe it has to do with the positioning. The closer you get to being like open and having the world kind of shine light on you, the more weird and reflective things get. You want to see these spiders freak out? Here, we'll spawn you. I want to see what other animations are broken on the thick-legged, and we'll spawn a couple of the thin-legged here. We'll do the recluse. There. All right, so I'll spawn a couple spiders. So I'll spawn this one, this one, this one, and that one. Slash game mode 2 or 1. They see me instantly trying to throw things at me. The fact that I'm crouching. Yep, see now they're starting to get it. Yeah, those animations are weird. Ow! Ah! Oh shit. What they actually did before is they tried to they like one jumped off of another's back and it actually made it up to the side here and then it crawled up the glass and it one-shot me. So the thick-legged ones are kind of weird for the animations. It looks like the thin are doing what I want. Game mode 2. Oh, and we got an issue here. Input string was not correct format. Entity behavior harvestable. Get string info in VS Essentials. Entity behavior harvestable. Interesting. Let's look at, oh shoot, yeah. This I did not wanna override this actually. Whoops. So let's just I'm gonna have to restart the game because it's a public override of a method. But that should take care of that. Yeah, I totally blanked on that. See, I had gotten rid of a couple. I just never came back and touched it. So we'll rebuild there. So that shouldn't happen again. Speedy, did you write your own AI? Actually, not yet. A lot of this AI, there's already a pretty decent AI library. And basically what the AI does is that it takes an animation that you make. Like there's a lot of kind of fill in the blank for basic animation. That's why they were throwing bricks and not cobwebs like I planned them, doing. Um, so the AI is more like, there's a priority for it. They want to attack, they want to jump. Um, it's pretty well laid out. We will be making custom AI. Yeah, see now we can hover over these and they're not gonna blow up our game. Yeah, because I think what I did is I jumped off here, came around, and then I looked at it, and then it crashed. Are you using a specific mob's AI? It's kind of a mixture of creeper, or not creeper, drifter, locust. A lot of the AI is generalized, I'll show you. So, there it is. So for like the AI tasks, right, I have like a melee attack and it targets the player. It's piercing damage. I should probably just have this as piercing. There's no point in slashing. I originally wanted to make a slashing damage. Throw at entity, that we're gonna make a specific version of that using the web animation. Stay close to entity, seek player, wander, different animation speeds. You run all of your idols. what they do, different probabilities of doing it. So, this is kind of what it looks like here. The look around, breathe the calm animation. So that's basically I'm just kind of using code hooks for the AI that's already registered. That's why when we start doing our own AI tasks, that's going to be its own stream because we're going to have to figure out not only how to make AI, right? Like what kind of format it is. Probably let's look at task AI. But we're gonna have to find a way to like register it so we could use our custom keyword and it would run whatever the AI is. Entity behavior AI task. So entity behavior. New AI task. Oh, so here we go. This is probably it. Oh, so that's the AI config. AI tasks. Task AI is what we're looking for. Wonder if I could just do a search by it. We'll search within here. So property name task AI. So this is probably something that we're going to want to take a look at. We got initialize, we got pathfinding, and we have tasks. But yeah, this is something that I'm going to have to really, really dig into. Probably we could do a search for something like melee attack. Right, and see AI task melee attack. So AI task base targetable. There's the melee attack. Let's make sure that this is actually in here. Let's lock it down to case sensitivity. So it looks like we don't have anything in here. Chances are wherever this is being, what word am I looking for? Registered. They're most likely adding this simple string to it. But this is what we're going to have to look at, right? So for this, load config, it should execute. We're going to have to dissect all of this and make a custom version of whatever we want to do. Like, I think it would be cool to make a AI task for these guys where I call it like stalk. And what it can do is it can prioritize wanting to go to a certain, like, whatever the lowest light level is within 15 block range, like when it sees you. And instead of going to attack, like a prioritized stalk. So what stalk would do is it would find that block. If it did not have that block in the area, then I can have it to where maybe it just skips and then it goes right to the attack phase. But I would like for it to, find that dark area, turn towards you, and then start stalking. And what stalking would do is in random intervals every, who knows, like how many seconds, right? Like maybe every 2 to 5 seconds, it gets a block closer and a block closer and a block closer until maybe it's like 5 blocks away from you, and then it will charge you. Or if you're looking at it, right, and your crosshairs target over it, maybe I can have it to where it can detect, that it's being targeted and then just lunge right at you because, the jig is up. Things like that I think are going to be really neat to do. That's going to be the fun part of programming, figuring out all that. I'm going to keep this open. I wanted to eventually find something anyways for it. This is perfect. This is perfect. Boop. We'll move this over. Moobot, what are you doing here? Who's letting you in? All right, we'll save. I think for the most part, the spiders, like getting the variance down, that was a large chunk of what I wanted to do. Okay, so I did want to do a couple additional tests. Let's pull this up again. We're going to do File, Open, Widow. Here it is. File, Save As. We will do 2, 3. We'll do 3 surface. Save. Okay, so Stalker type 3 surface. 3 is going to be leg thick, abdomen small is what we're going to be looking for. I'm going to fireball this. Oh, I have to also do something else here. Oh, I gotta do a lot of things. Let's go to Stalker. I can't do this with the game open. That's right. Add existing item. I want to add all of this. There we go. That's a better representation of all of our models. So this is the one that we just did. Yep, because it doesn't have the correct texture mapping. I'm going to copy this. We're going to go back into here. I'm going to paste that in. Save. I think that's just kind of an OCD thing on me. Like, I like to have things clear. I got to sneeze again. Yep. Sorry, computer. I'm not sneezing on you, but it is in your general direction. Which can be perceived as rude, I understand. Okay, so we want a thick leg with a small abdomen creature. Nameless horrors. There we go, thick leg. I think this is actually going to be it, because remember, it's going to have the weird mapping. It's going to have the missing leg mapping. So that is working fine for the walk. That is the walk that it should have. Yep, and that's the movement that we should have. All right, so if that is indeed the case, we want to keep the small abdomen. Why don't I pull up this? Abdomen big. Goodbye. Right? File. Save. Let's rebuild. Oh, man, you ever look at something like the spiders and like all this stuff? Like I've been researching spiders and trying to look up like the different types, because I want my stalkers to be similar to it, yet my spin on it, just like those slight variations. Like maybe the widows have an hourglass on both sides. Spiders having only 6 legs. So this technically should be it. Oh, interesting, interesting. Wait, keep walking, because I think that was the appropriate. They're different walks, different idols. Yeah, see, now we have the real walk with the thick legs, so that is not broken, which is good. It's very good. So what I can do then is, what if I undo this? Go to abdomen small, delete, do a file, save as. This is going to be the for surface. Save. Yes. So this is going to be thick leg, thick abdomen. Let's fireball this in. And reload. Shut up, Moobot. No one likes you, Moobot. Yet here you are, stinking up the place. Ooh, that sugar, man. Ooh, hits you. Hits you hard. Okay, so here we go. Thick leg, thick butt. Show me your walk. Show me how. Don't look at me. You know what I want. Let's make it full screen. That looked right. That looks right. Come on. That's the little creep. Come on, walk normal. Have somewhere to be. There we go. And the quicker run. All right. You know what? It's pretty damn good. The idol looks good. I think that looks pretty good. You can make the widows have a diamond instead of an hourglass. Oh, that would be pretty good. A good sub variant, right? Maybe I could have like the hourglass kind, the diamond kind, and who knows, triangle, star. Wow, 5-second ad. That's a first. Maybe they're being less aggressive with their ad campaign. I don't know what to tell you, man. Imagine a bunch of these ugly bastards all here. You stumble upon a nest of these, climbing up the walls and shit. Like, look at that. How could you not love that little face? Now imagine all of them trying to web you right away. Each one of them throwing a block away. It would be like, because the way I would have it, it would be on impact, right? So if there's already a web block, that would technically be an impact. So they would just like web up the entire place. Oh man. I want to see one of them like sleep. There we go. Sleep looks good. Okay. Oh, sleep on the wall. That actually looks good too. Cool. Don't jinx it. All right. So the models, they look to be in working order. Hooray. Hooray. Okay. Now that I kind of got everything working there, we're going to get rid of this. I need to propagate changes through, I think, to the item. Oh, actually, you know what I need to do? I need to go into this and this. We need to make some changes, right? First things first, I need to look at anything that is null. I don't think we're going to have anything. Yeah, I didn't think so. But the leg missing, we need to remap these textures one final time to be skin. It will be the same thing for this. So here we go. Leg missing, we want to remap to skin. There we go. Save those. I'm paranoid because the animations were borked. We're gonna start it one more time. If everything turns out okay with both thick leg varieties, then we can finally kind of move on. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. It's two dead spiders over there. Okay, that's the thick leg, big butt. I need the, here we go, thick leg, little butt. Spawn a handful of these. The walk is perfect. Crawling is pretty damn good. The faster run is good. All right, what about you all? We got a bunch of things here. Stalker, Widow, thick leg abdomen, using shape, surface, or one of its alternate. Oh, mapping here. Missing mapping for texture code Fang. Oh, I forgot to replace Fang on these. That's right. Fang, here we go. With skin. Um, we were gonna do Fang with skin. Whoops. Fireball it in. All right. Now when I spawn these, I should not see a bunch of errors popping up. Oh my god. Right? Freaking crazy. Hope everyone's having a good night, good weekend. All right, no errors are popping up. Things appear to be doing pretty well. Look at them all. It's like they're all going home after a, long day of work. The running looks great. Looking around looks great. Bunch of these, no issues. Walking is correct. Speed running there was pretty damn good. Look to the side for me. Yep, the nice casual walk. Yep, looking to the side is perfect. It's no longer trying to be a mime. Awesome. Heyo. Oh man. All right. Minimize. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of this. Okay. What is next? What is next? Did I take care of all the items? It looks like I did actually take care of the mapping for all these. Perfect. Okay, we're gonna do other things besides this. So I created Gossamer. Gossamer is going to be the drop that these have. Is there any other items that spiders should drop or have a chance of dropping? Let's look at everything. Oh my god, there's 5,000 results. It's bullshit. Let's look at items. Not gonna waste my time on that. How about edible bamboo shoots? They can drop those. Honestly, I was thinking some kind of bushmeat, like raw bushmeat. You may have a chance of getting. Or let's look at just meat. Red meat or bush meat? Would it make sense? I mean, I think them only dropping the silk would be kind of meh, but like silk and some kind of meat. Now, what I could do is, if like red meat or I gotta stand for a moment. If red meat or bush meat doesn't make sense, it's like, yeah, I could make my own type of meat and call it like stalker meat. But then I'd have to link that stalker meat into, all the like crafting recipes, right? Like it would be easier just to piggyback off of something here. So what does everyone think? Raw bush meat or should I or res? You said resin, huh? Would resin make sense? So my thought was like, right, gossamer. Gossamer is pretty much like cobweb, and the idea is that you can use that gossamer as if you would flax fiber. So and that's why I used the same model, just kind of flipped it. So gossamer, for all intents and purposes, that is this. I didn't make the recipes for it yet, but that's that. Um, Now for like a sticky substance, right? Something that is like resin. I mean, resin, I don't think resin would make sense coming from a spider. Let me look at resin. Any natural or synthetic organic compound consisting of non-crystalline or viscous liquid substance. Natural resins are typically fusible and flammable organic substances that are transparent or translucent and are yellowish or brown in color. I mean, would it make sense biologically for these things to drop resin? You would think like, oh well, sticky, right? But that's more like gossamer. Something like resin could make sense. Maybe I can make something where maybe so what would the item be called then? If not, gossamer, what about um ichor? Ichor is an antiquated term for a watery discharge from a wound or ulcer with an unpleasant or fetid offensive smell. So that's what ichor is. I don't think that would work in this case, right? Because maybe I can make an item to where you can combine it and you can get resin. But then maybe that could be more like gossamer, right? Like maybe gossamer plus something equals resin. I don't mind making like a new item for it, as long as it fits the theme of the spiders. Let's look at synonyms. We will go to thesaurus.com and we are going to pull up nope, anchor. Um Viscous goo. Viscous goo. Gluey, slimy, sort. Viscous goop or viscous goo. So you could drop gossamer or viscous glue. Lord Jar Jar, you got some moves, man. Let me tell you that I like how that sounds. And maybe a couple, because maybe I can have it to where like two gossamer equals one, flax fiber, right? For or whatever I make the thing, maybe like two goop equals one resin, because it's not like the world's going to be populated by these spiders. Different spider types will spawn at different temperatures at different times of the year. Rainforests are going to favor a couple of the types. When it rains, or forests will favor two of these types. When it rains, it favors another two of the types. But they're not going to spawn all the time. So I think having them drop a viscous goo makes sense. Let's make the item right meow. I gotta stop the game. Let's go ahead and copy Gossamer. I will call this viscous goo, giggity goo. uh, Viscous goo. We'll keep all this, right? If you want to put it in a display case, go ahead. I really don't care. Viscous goo, viscous goo. I am indeed spelling this right, right? I've done that before. Yeah, that is indeed correct. All right, so let's save that. Let's go here. Put that in. Copy, paste. Viscous goo, cut. Paste it in here. Paste it in here. Make this a capital, space, and then lowercase. That way it's following the naming conventions of the game itself. So that is fine. Now, what do we want this to look like? Let's pull up. We'll build it. Start. Let's pull up the items. Let's see what is going to look the closest. If I can copy a shape and then just retexture it, that would be best. I can give it the ichor texture, or not the ichor, the resin texture to make it make sense. Let's look at items. What is that? Termites? Yep. That's it. Termites. Pickled soybeans. Pickled onion. What is that? Cabbage. We can make it look like a cabbage. Viscous goo. Actually, that's not a horrible idea. Just imagine that with the resin texture. Although resin already looks pretty freaking good. Sucks being sick. Never get sick. Decorative. Let's see. Is there anything else here? I think it would be cool if like it looked like a vial. You know what I mean? With like the substance in it. But then again, it doesn't make sense that, it would drop a vial. Like the glass tank, right? Take the glass tank or take yeah, I could take like the large glass tank and then I can modify that texture to where it looks like it has the resin texture, right? Like a liquid in there. But my thought always is, and honestly, I never thought of this until my friend mentioned it. Like this was years ago, and I think we were killing like spiders, or no, we're getting vials of blood from giants or something. It's like giant, vial of blood, and he's like, it's kind of weird that all these creatures carry vials of their own blood. And I'm thinking to myself, like, I never took it that way. I never like perceived a drop like that to be like, oh, like I'm getting a free vial of blood. It's more like I'm an adventurer and I had vials, and if I so choose to loot that item, that's equivalent to me using one of my empty vials and getting some of its blood. Like that's how I made the assumption of something like that. But I don't think a lot of people do that. You know what I mean? So would it make sense to have this be, something like a tank, right? Like that, I mean, it's not going to be this big, but something like this with like, it looks like a surface line, something compact, small. It's like, oh, this is viscous goo. Or are people going to be like, well, why does the glass spawn? Why? That's the way I think as well. Yeah, like in D&D pouch or satchel, which has tools or items to collect stuff from nature or other. Kind of silly to think the animal had a vial of blood. Yeah, but I mean, and the thing is, my buddy there, Crazy Zlek, I'll call him by his other name. I mean, this is also a guy who kind of struggled in school. Like, I mean, trying to talk to him through like AIM or like Instant Messenger or something, or Facebook or anything, MySpace. It was like a slew of run-on sentence. Like he used to make up words. Like one time he was like, I was Horier Rorad, I'm like, the fuck are you talking about? Like, were you scared? Like, yeah, yeah, I was horriered. I'm like, you mean horrified? No, no, but more so. I was beyond horrified. I was horriered, and I'm like, but that's just how the guy was, Like he couldn't even spell orc. God rest his soul. Like, you know, it's like John. Not well. I just pretty much said his name, but it's like, come on, man. You play Final Fantasy. You play all these games. You know what an orc. It's a three-letter word, and you can't spell it right. It's like, come on, man. But I think long story short, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna look to see what kind of vials that we have available to us. And so far, like the large glass tank could be good. I could scale it way down. It would make sense. The glass tank I actually don't like as much, unless, well, let's see what it looks like. I mean, if I could get rid of the bottom and the top, Like, I mean, should it have like the cork too? Maybe the large glass tank is probably what I should do. I could shrink it down, right, to where it's a little item. I can put like a level in there, for like viscous goo, like whatever the with this texture in there, and then that could be it. I don't know what the hell this little thing. I would like edit that out. Actually, I don't kind of like that. If I'm gonna do this, I want it to be like a pop top, right? A cork top or something, or at least an open tube. Whatever. Just don't spill it. Oh man. Let's take a look at other things. Decorative. There is a lot of stuff in here. I'm actually pretty impressed. I think it wasn't Tyron putting this stuff in for. Oh my God, those stacks of books look pretty cool. I like that. Well played, sir. Well played. Ruined Jonas lamp. Something like this Jonas lamp would be a good idea. So imagine cutting off the bottom, flipping it, right? Flipping it upside down, then cutting off the bottom. But it shouldn't be glowing, I don't think, right? Like it should not be the viscous goo should not glow. All right, let's look to see what else. There's a lot of cool stuff in here. I'm glad I'm looking at this, giving me ideas. Candle stub, no. Let's put some of that viscous goo. That'd be like putting gum in your pocket. Viscous goo without a vial. Ruined pump. Really cool. Definitely cool. So that's the glass jug. I kind of don't like the way that it looks. Like even if you shrunk that down, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's in the running. That's how bad the rest of the choices are. What little choices there are. I think we're pretty much, yeah, we're done. That's it. That's all the decorations. Items. Let's look at items. Items aren't going to work because I'm pretty sure there are no vials of anything in this. You want to know what the sad part is? I'm being lazy again. And I know what I'm doing to myself. I don't want to create a shape. I really want to try and find something that gets me like 90% of the way there. Um, but I'm being lazy. So, so we're going to start off with the large glass tank. What I'm going to do is pull up a new Explorer. I'm going to go here, go to Assets, Survival, Shapes. This is going to be Item. Probably under Lore, right? Nope, incorrect. Let's look for, we know it's going to be glass something. Clutter. Nothing there. Utility, I guess we just have to kind of look here. So, compass map, thermometer. Thermometer? What? There's a thermometer in the game? It's interesting. Tool, it's not going to be a tool. I don't think it's going to be a resource. Grass bundle, yeah. Seeds. Refactory, what is this? Nope. Crushed, no. So it's not that. Oh, you know what? This is not going to be an item. This is going to be a block. Um, I was hoping there'd be decorate. Oh, clutter. Here we go. So it's probably in here. Glass. Here we go. Glass tank. There are different versions. Let's hope that this one is the right one. Open file location. Here we go. There it is. So we are going to now go to here, open this. Burp, burp, burp. I think I could just drag and drop, can't I? There we go. So this is what it is. I think it kind of sucks. I'm just really against this for whatever reason. I'm against this so much because I know that I can do it better. Like, let's get rid of that, right? I can do this better. Jesus, come on, Vice. Don't be lazy. Just hide everything. I'm gonna do it in my format, _origin. Let's just create our first freaking cube. Oh my god. Call this vial 1. Right? Like, who cares? Vial 1. The vial, I'm going to make it kind of thin. I want this to be, you know what? Actually, instead of vial 1, we will do we'll make it general. I'll say inner liquid. All right. So we got the inner liquid. It's going to be a 2x2, 1, 2, 3, 4 voxels high. No, not. Yeah, actually 4 high. Right. We'll do something like this. I'm going to center it. Here we go. I'm gonna have to have it bump. Actually, I'm gonna have it bump 0.5 off the ground. Right. So if that's gonna be the inner liquid, let's go ahead and create a new element. I don't want it embedded in there. This will be called vial 1. Vial 1 is going to come down here. I'm going to have to make it 0.5. We are going to have this bad boy come up to here and here. So that's going to be the bottom. I'm going to duplicate it. I want this to indeed attach to here. We are going to bump this. I'll call this vial wall 1. We are going to make this a 0.5. We're going to make this probably 6. That is actually going to be pretty good. Now I get to duplicate this. I'm going to name this vial wall 3. We're going to set the position here. We are going to duplicate 1 again. I will call this one vial wall 2. We need to change this to 0.5, this to 4. Sorry, not 4. We will change this to. Now this is where it gets interesting. Do we want a? I got to make this a half position. There we go. Do I want it to be off-centered like 0.5 to where it's like a gap? Or do I want it to be a solid just rectangle for the vial? Because if that's the case, then we just bump this out by another 0.5, right? And then it would make that kind of gap for the vial. In which case, we would have to shrink this down a little bit. Oh, instead of shrinking it down, actually, I would just need to move this back 1. Or back 0.5. Let's do the negative 0.5. Which actually means this would go up to an even 2. Okay, that math makes more sense. And then I can make this 0 again. Boop. And if we are doing the gap like that, why don't I just bump this up 1? Oops. Nope, not 1, 0.5. That way, you know, it has the illusion at least of potentially having some angles. So this right here would also be a 0.5. this 0.5. There's the bottom. So then this vial, we are going to duplicate it. This will be wall 4. Boom, boom, whoop, boom, boom. Move the position. Make this an even 2. The liquid, I think the liquid, let's get rid of the vial. I think it's fine to, it's not like you get a ridiculous amount of liquid. And I also want to make room for like a cork, which all I have to do is, again, copy the inner liquid. We're going to duplicate it. I will call this, oh my god, cork? Hope I spelled it right. I'm freaking tired. I just had that, like, do I know how to spell this? I don't drink wine or anything, so, you know, who cares? There we go. The inner liquid, let's get rid of the vial. So there would be that much air inside of it. This could be made of like standard wood. This is going to be the glass around it all the way to the bottom. Yep. It's going to be 0.5 thickness. I could make it thinner. Let's see what a 2.5 looks like. It could be like a thin glass. Think that would look better, or should I just go with the thicker? I could just do a thinner glass. Right, 2.5. Although then the cork is going to look a little weird, right? If the sides aren't thick, the cork's going to kind of look more out of place. All right, so I guess I answered my own question. There we go. So there we go. There's our vial. All this other crap, we're just going to delete what the game had. We're going to do a file, save as. That's right. We have to go under Vice. I think I have this under Documents, GitHub, Vintage Story Mods, 1.17.10, Mods, Nameless Horrors, Assets, Nameless Horrors, Shapes, Items, and finally, let's do Viscous Goo. Save. Save. All right. Something, so it was really easy to make this. Really easy. What we are going to do next is minimize that because I don't need it up. I do want to have a copy of that up. I'm going to minimize that. We're going to pull up our viscous goo. Oh, actually, I need to shut down the game. Go into items, add existing. Let's go back to shapes, items. There it is, viscous goo. Now we can see it. A lot of this, I think we are going to want to use the vintage for most of it. Origin is always default for me. I'm going to do a search and replace on anything that is null. And we are going to make sure null turns into vintage for the glass. I'm going to copy default. And we're going to paste that in here. There we go. Let's make the mappings for it here. So default, bam, comma, and then we are going to have what? Vintage, comma, and then we are going to, of course, have the liquid. I'll make it general just in case I want vials of ichor or anything else in this mod. I can reuse the same vial and just put a different texture in there. Sorry I had to leave unexpectedly. Do you have any questions or anything? Oh, no, I did have some questions on making the vial, but it's already made. So, yeah, I think we're good. I think the vial's going to look pretty good. For inner liquid, I want to copy this. We're going to do selection only. This is going to be liquid. I just heard Baby Triangle cry out a little bit, so let me pull up the camera. My little man is he actually waved at me today. Vile, I missed something. So, I was thinking with the viscous goo, we were talking about how it's carried. So the item itself, it's going to be like a vial with the viscous goo inside of it. I generalized it so I can reuse this vial to, like, if I want to add ichor or anything else with like the skeletons or bone marrow that maybe enhances something, I will be able to just do a quick texture swap for the inner liquid. So that we're making the viscous goo still. So I'm going to replace all 6 of those. The vial wall. The cork is going to be wood. Or I could just do cork. It looks like Baby Triangle's fine. He hasn't cried out like that in a while. But I always try to like work on things with him. We're learning sign language, and he's doing sign language for milk. And then he recently realized that um, want and milk, he doesn't quite get the orientation right. So he wanted the ceiling fan. I pick him up and then I spin the ceiling fan and he gets all excited and happy. But he kept doing this because he wasn't getting the orientation right. He was pointing at the fan wanting it because he wanted me to do more of it. So he's yeah, he's doing little things. He waved at me today. Like he waved back at me. I'm like, "Hi, Baby Triangle." And he's doing this back to me. I'm like, "Oh, good job." And then he started clapping. I'm like, "See, I knew you know how to do this stuff." Oh man, little cutie. Boop boop boop. There we go. Okay, so this should take care of everything for the texture itself. I need to copy this. We need to go into the item, viscous goo. Under textures, we are going to paste this in. I'm going to, I guess pasting it in wasn't really what we should have done. I'm going to copy this. So we need 1, 2, 3. So basically we have default, we have vintage, which, it shouldn't be vintage. It should be glass. So we'll end up changing that. Cork and liquid. This is what it should be. Here we go. So back into here. So anything that says vintage, let's change that to glass. 31 occurrences. Here we go. Save that. Okay, now I want to map this to specific textures. I already know that the glass is going to be a block. What we want to do is game : block / glass / vintage, because that is the name of the texture. For the cork, again, we are going to want game : block. I believe, let's find the texture. There is a generic wood texture in the game that I have used a couple of times. Okay, we can get out of clutter, survival, textures, block. I think, yeah, it was wood. Wood, and then plain oak is what we will use. We'll try plain oak and we'll try oak. I think plain oak is the grain that I'm looking for. So we're going to do wood / plain oak. And then we are going to want to get the texture for the resin. So it should be here, resource, resin. Bead, rope, fiber, stick, no. Crushed rot. Here we go. We could do rot would be good because that texture would make perfect ichor. Show me your resin. Oh, is it a block instead? I think maybe it's a block. Or it could be in here under something dumb. Nope, it is not. Okay, so I think it's in block. Interesting. Either block or environment. Nope, it is under block. So, yep, that is the resin texture that we're going for. Don't save that. I want to open up the file location. So, survival textures block, just block red. Oh, it was in the main root. So this would be game : block / resin. Save. Let's rebuild and start. Oh, nice. I was thinking about how to contain the goo too. Yeah, it just makes sense, right? Like you're adventuring, you have vials, right? It's just like it's so something with work. We have documentation, like a step thing, a procedural step, plan to write up. I honestly don't think it's the best use of time. Um, but they're talking about, here's our item. I have to adjust it /time set day. So that is our vial of viscous goo. Looks pretty darn good, although I do not like the Z fighting that's going on right there. We can fix that right now very, very easily. So we go back into here. I'm going to get rid of all of this. We're gonna this is the best way I've found to get rid of Z fighting. So if this is 2, what I do is make it like 1.9, we'll do 9.8. I bump out the position by 1.01. Actually, I got to do it in the opposite way because this is a negative, so 0.99. So this technically is point like 0.1. It's 0.02 shorter and then bumped out 0.01, so it's not touching any of the walls of the inner glass. Now, what I could probably do is just go to the inner glass texture and maybe just disable it. But I think it's going to look weird because you're not going to see like what the cork suctioned in without that inner texture. So I think this is the best way to do this. And then we do the same thing here, right? So this would be 0.98. And then we bump this out by just a little bit, which also means we have to do it from the bottom as well. So again, this one we don't have to make smaller. All I have to do is just bump the positioning up by literally 1. This is going to kind of suck that I just did all this because we're going to have to remap the names again. Because I'm awesome and I forgot to reopen it. But whatever. There we go. File, save. Come back in here. I can at least paste this in. I will copy this. We're going to manually paste default in. Paste, and paste, and paste. Okay, so everything that is null, we are going to replace with glass because that is a majority of it. The cork, which is down here, we are going to do a selection on that. I'm going to, I guess, have to type in glass. We will replace it with cork. Oh, shoot. I messed up that search and replace. So hashtag null should be hash or a £. There we go. So there's that. Everything else, let's do a null check over the current document. All of this would be glass. Paste that in. And then the inner liquid, which is right here. This, we're going to do a search. Anything that is glass becomes liquid. Replace. Okay, so that should have taken care of that. Let's save it. Fireball it in. So again, we have that weird Z fighting going on. It's pretty apparent. It's going to be doing it on all sides. Let's reload. So that should fix it. No more Z fighting. It's going to look like the viscous goo is in there. And we no longer have that weird Z fighting. Looking good. So that's our vial. You know, you know what I realized? This is gonna be weird. I just noticed it. I don't like that the cork disappears. I want to be able to see the cork. I know there is a certain way to do it. I don't think Glass Tank does it though. I don't think it does it. What would do it would be a glass block. So let's bring this over. Let's look at a glass block. Block, glass. Oh, these are the textures. I don't care about textures. I want the shapes. I know it has to do with like alpha masking or something. I vaguely remember it. We'll do glass pane. Why not? All right. So come back over here. Putty. Maybe this is not what I wanted. Render pass. I think that's what it is. It translates to, it's an int that it looks for, but depending on the int you put in the render pass, it does different things. I think things like the fence also has a certain render pass that it does. So ideally, I can do something like this. Because I only want that render pass to be on the vial. Like the glass part. Save, fireball, reload. I want to see that damn cork all the way through. If I do something, I need to do it right. Ooh. That was not it. Hmm. Maybe there was something more to it. God, I'm really trying to remember what it was. I've done it before. I don't think there was anything up top. All angles, entity. Yeah, that, you know what? Let's not look at the pane. Let's look at the actual glass block itself. I think it would be. None of this seems right to me. Render pass 3, render pass 2 for the frame. The clear quartz has a render pass of 3. 2 from. You do that before the facing. The face you don't have to do too much with. I really thought that would be it. For now, I'm going to leave this in. I'll come back to it. This is not a big deal. I don't need to spin my wheels on this. but I will figure it out. We will see the cork from the inside. Mark my word. Oh, I wonder if cork needs a render pass on it as well. I think that would that need render pass too? The cork itself? We'll give it a try. At least it's easy to test this stuff. It's very quick. Very quick. No, that's not it. I'm just going to make this a 3. I'm curious. Very curious. This will be the last time we test it. Either way, we have a vial. It works. Viscous goo. So spiders will drop viscous goo and gossamer. Should they have a chance of dropping meat? Should you be able to eat them? Because really, we just have bush meat or, the other meat. Burp. Let's go down to, let's minimize behavior, minimize animation, minimize the AI tasks. Here we go, harvestable. So let's say instead of a rusty gear, right, they can drop gossamer. And then instead of metal parts, it's going to be viscous goo. Should they be able to drop any other kinds of items? I don't think so. Unless meat, right? There could always be meat. But does it make sense to have it be red meat or bush meat for a spider? You would think that a spider, since it doesn't necessarily have like a muscular structure, right? It would be maybe the viscous goo is really what you can wring out of it. And then gossamer. I just don't know what other items, like if there should be a third item that you could potentially get, that would make sense that you would be able to harvest from a spider. Yeah, there is no silk. There's nothing with a thread. I mean, it doesn't make sense to add a fang item because what would the fang be used for? I'm not gonna make like a weapon, because it's very it's a lot of work for something that doesn't make sense. Putting a fang in. Shoot. Empty beanade. Beeswax, no. I don't think there's really anything else. They should not have any kind of rusty gears or temporal gears on them. There shouldn't be any like flax twine. That's something different. No feathers. There shouldn't be any fat. It's not like you're getting diamonds or anything. Then it's like, well, from the you could get like maybe their eyes, but that's kind of like a Minecraft thing, right? Spider eye, you brew it into a potion. What would you really do with the eyes here, right? I don't think there's really anything that you can do with that. That wouldn't be part of a bigger system. Maybe in the future. I think maybe just those two things. We'll table the meat for now. I can always add it in later. Yeah, they're not going to drop clothes. They're not going to drop music discs or anything. Again, this isn't Minecraft where drops like, oh yeah, it dropped a helmet, a music disc, and 10 iron ingots. That's what that spider had on it. It was loaded. You caught it on its way to the bank. Good job. Okay, metal scraps, flax fiber. Let's get rid of that. So I want gossamer, the viscous goo. I feel like I'll copy this. Maybe I can have it to where the better the monster that you fight, the more of a chance that you have of getting these two items. For now, I'm just pasting this in. And I'm not going to change the drop rates yet. That's going to be for another time. That's more like fine tuning. But we will see viscous goo and we will see gossamer if we butcher enough of them. So let's fireball this in. Let's spawn bunch. Let's get an admin sword, kill them, and make sure that we at least see these items pop up when we harvest the bodies. We're going to beat up on probably the widows. I think they're creepiest. Well, that soda's gone. Uh-oh. It's almost like the timer for Vice going to bed has started. I know. I gotta get better sounds for these. Better death sounds. Where's a knife? A kniff. Yeah, let's clear some of this stuff. Vile. Alright. Knife. Obsidian knife works. Alright. Nothing. 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 Man, I'm gonna have to maybe up the drop chance, right? Holy shit. Unless something is just wrong, which I mean that very well could be the case. I don't think I saw anything pop up though saying that. Yeah, I didn't see anything pop up, any errors. Oh, wait a minute, here we go. There was. Failed resolving a block's item drop or smelted with code item gossip. Oh, interesting. It wants my mod ID. Very interesting. So it was trying to give me the items. It just didn't know. That's really interesting because the default is if you don't put anything in, it assumes it's part of the mod. But with this, it actually defaults to the game. It's the opposite of everything else. Oops, let's do that. All right, let's fireball back in and there we go. I just want to see these two items spawn. I'm thinking the hollowed, right? The skeletons should be able to. Yeah, we'll do this. They should be able to, of course, drop bones, and then we'll come up with like another item to put in there. Oops. Hiding behind the corpse of your brethren. Have you no honor? Okay, that's good enough. There we go. Gossamer can be used to make twine. Viscous goo. I probably should do the localization. Can be used to make resin, I'll say. Let's pull up the Go this, come down to here, copy paste. Can be used to make resin. This is the viscous goo. Save fireball. Boop. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's having a good night. Listening to me just ramble on, talking to myself. There we go. Can be used to make resin. There we go. Perfect. I'm gonna have to play with the positioning of the item. I'll need to occasionally drop skulls so I can have skulls on pikes. You and those skulls on pikes, man. Yeah, I'm thinking of more utility though, right? Like let's have it drop something in the game that like the spider became a valuable mob because gossamer, and viscous goo, right? So that's a source of twine, flax twine. That is also a source of resin now. So what other items are lacking in the game? Like it seems like bone is something that I feel like you kind of find bone a lot easier, right? You go to any ruins and you got like the bone dirt. So having a hollowed drop bone, it makes sense, but it's not something to really get you excited, right? It doesn't make sense to have them drop weapons. I mean, maybe something like that could drop. See, even rusty gears doesn't make sense. Unless, of course, I mean, someone would have had to die, right? One of the human traders would have had to die. And then maybe, their bag of goodies never fully rotted off of them, right? But their flesh did. You know what I mean? Like how, what is it, carrying things in its torso? Which, I mean, I could probably put that in the model. Like there's a bag or something like in its torso that you kind of can see. And in which case, I can do, I mean, lump of fat wouldn't be a bad idea. Even though it is hollowed, maybe there's still some fat on those bones. Yeah, you know what I mean? Maybe not fat. Maybe not fat. Starved, you think you'd find like a lump of fat on. If I even make zombies, I don't know anymore. But it's a future Vice problem. It's really weird. I don't like to wear stuff with skulls IRL, but in games, I can be kind of scary with my obsession with skulls and stuff. Vlad the Impaler over here. Lord Jar Jar the Impaler. Put them on pikes. Lift them high. All right. Next thing to do. I mean, there's a lot to do. I'm happy we have those items in. We have a lot more work to do on the spiders themselves, right? The stalkers. Animations are fixed, right? But we need the different variants for like the corrupt, the nightmare. Um, what I really need to do first before that is I need to create the textures for the thin abdomen and the thick abdomen. Pretty sure the legs are gonna be just fine. So yeah, I think that's probably what we should do next is work on the textures. Oh God, this is probably gonna kill me working on these textures. It's probably gonna freaking kill me. I kind of almost want to try and figure out how to inject my own AI instead. maybe we'll do that instead. I think that's going to be more fun. I hate doing model stuff. I hate doing textures. Let me tell you, if I've sometimes fantasize about having other people to make mods with, just so I don't have to worry about the stupid animations and the stupid models and doing the dumb textures. Like someone else does that, and then I just get to do the fun stuff like the logic. But I know that's greedy of me. That's not being a very nice vice. What do I want here? I want to pull up the GitHub for for Vintage Story. Here we go. What I'm going to search for is one of the string terms for the AI. So basically, the way I'm gonna try and figure this out is we're gonna pull up the stalker. I'm going to scroll on by to we'll open up animations. We will open up behaviors. There. We're gonna open, here we go, AI tasks. So what I really want to find is throw it entity, because that is the AI task we need to target first. So I'm gonna come into here and I'm gonna try and find that in this repository. So it is in core. Paste. So really what it is AI task throw it entity is what it's called. Now what I can do is, now that I know what to search for, we can come back in here. I can find the file, which is right here. So ideally, this is responsible for the logic that throws the stone. Continue execute. What I'm briefly looking for is if there's right there, throw stone granite, getting the asset. Okay. Okay, so this is what I want. AI task-based targetable is what I want. What we're going to do is we're going to have to shut down the game. I am going to have to create a new class file. Under entity, this is technically going to be AI. AI would be associated with entity though. So what I'm going to do is add a folder. I'm going to call it task AI. In this, I'm going to do add. Oh, I love doing new things like this. I've never done this before. So it's like you just got to try to piece it together, right? I'm going to call it AI task throw at entity. I don't want to say throw at entity. I want to do task AI throw item at entity add. And there's a reason why I put item in there. So this is what we have, right? I could do this a couple of ways. I think the easiest way to do this is take this and extend it. So we get all the base goodies with it, right? I need to, of course, change a couple of things here. It cannot be internal class. It's got to be public class. Let's do copy. We will paste this in. Um, I need to copy this name. We need to paste this in. I have to, of course, import a couple of things here. Entity agent, we need to import. All right. I don't need to do anything else in here. So now, my thought is like load config. All of this, I actually want to copy. I do want to bring this over. Extending everything means I get to pick and choose. If Tyron, like in the next release ends up changing something, I can always know, like, okay, this is the root AI. What changed? I can look at my code. I can look at the new way he's doing it, and then I'm not just copying and pasting a bunch of code. What I want to do though is the reason why we popped in load config is I want to make this thrown AI task because it's statically set to be a granite stone. What if skeletons should throw, so spiders should throw webbing, right? That's what they're going to throw. So we need to make an item, right, eventually, where it's like a web block, you know, a web item and then a web block. The web item's probably going to look like a ball of web, and the web block is going to look like the web blocks in the game, except it's going to be the same texture, the same model, but it's going to have my logic to, decompose over time. I want to be able to put in any item I want through the AI task. So if a skeleton needs to throw bombs, right? For whatever stupid freaking reason, right? What if I wanted to throw a spear, right? What if it has a spear, it fights with a spear, and it can throw the spear? I should be able to pass any item in that I want. So what I need to do here is we have to look at a couple things side by side as we do this. We got to keep in mind what our goal is. So throw an entity. These are all the parameters to put in. And a lot of these parameters, like if you look release at MS, like this is how we would register that new thing. What we can do is I think there's maybe something in here for an item. No. No, I don't see it. So I can make something called, we will call it item type. No, not item type. Why don't I just call it item? No, it's got to be more unique than item. I could do thrown object. We'll make it thrown object. Why not? What I'm going to do is I'm going to look back in AI task, right? So it looks like everything here, I want to keep the same kind of format. So things like this, it looks like it's all private, which would make sense. I don't think anything else really needs to be able to see what we're doing here. So we're going to make a new variable. I'm going to name this variable thrown object. I'm going to delete all of that. I am going to delete this. We have to call the base load config because I want it to load everything else. I just want to add this extra thing. Thrown object, so task config, instead of duration ms, we are going to just name it the same thing, right? It's going to be looking for thrown object. I'm going to do dot as string. For the string, we are going to put in, it should default to something. This is going to sound silly doing this, but I do want it to default for the thrown granite. So what are we doing? Entity properties type, get entity type. So we get the entity. Thrown entity type, projectile stack equals new item stack, new asset location. So this would be the item itself. So stone granite is what we are specifically going to be looking for. I always like to have a default to fall back on in case I add something new. Things don't error out and blow up in my face. So I'm going to have the granite stone be the kind of default that we are looking for. Cannot convert. Oh, duh. String. There we go. So that's that. We'll save that. Okay, let's look at the next part. So load config, right, should execute. Talking about emotional states, we're getting the target. So this right here is the decision, should I throw or should I not throw, based on priority, based on nearest entity, getting your target. All that can stay, because for all intents and purposes, I want, there's nothing special to be done. You know what? You're already doing it right, so I don't even have to override anything there. Start execute. Again, it looks like it's pretty small. It looks like it's doing calculations by itself. Getting your angle, that's perfect. Continue execute, I think, is where we want to override. This, we're going to have to copy the entire thing. And we're going to have to make sense of this. We need to, first of all, import things we're missing, like the math tools. We also need to import, interesting, show potential fixes. So, oh, these are private. I probably need them to be protected. So I am unable to. Okay, this is going to be a little more work. We can do it, I think. They have to end up copying and pasting more than we originally anticipated. Because there's no way to force this to be go from private to protected, huh? I hate when stuff like this happens, right? Make it protected. Why are you making this kind of stuff private? Either way, all right, I digress. We need to import this. You know what we could do? I think if we're doing everything right, I'm not sure if this is going to work, but we are going to try. I'm going to pretty much copy all of this over again, and we're just going to reinitialize whatever the values are, and then use those values in our calculation. So I think it's going to work. I think this is going to work. There we go. Let's put all this in. I need to create the variables for these, which will be in here. I'm just going to copy all of it, and then I will prune out what I do not need. Boop. Already looks like there's a handful of things that we would not be using, which makes everything else happy. Now we can come down to here, get item, asset location. What we want to import here is going to be the thrown object, which is here. So that means for the thrown object, I need to save. I need to come up to here, throw an entity. What I want to say is throw item at entity. I'll do underscore nh for nameless horrors. That way, if later down the road, Tyrant's kind of bumped me on this stuff too. The main code, the main root code takes priority. So if he ends up saying, oh, throw item at entity instead of throw at entity, or makes a new AI task, there could be some weird conflict between his registering of it and mine. So if I found if I do something like underscore and then just the initials of my mod ID, it makes it to where that kind of stuff doesn't happen. I don't have to worry about it. I need to copy this. I will put it for. I will paste it in here. Remember, this is going to be called thrown object. I'm going to copy it because I'm tired and I do not trust myself. Because I already screwed it up, right? Like it should have been in place of this. Thrown object. Let's have it throw. Let's have it throw vials of viscous goo at us. So ideally, I need to do nameless horrors, right? I got to put my mod ID in colon, and then viscous goo. Actually, I think I need to do item dash viscous goo. I think either it's gonna work with viscous goo or item dash viscous goo. Let's look at the way we're pulling in. Yeah, see, so nameless horrors viscous goo. Item nameless horrors viscous goo. We'll try this. I may have to do a little wordsmithing with it. So we're gonna save that. So most of this, I may have to change something with the type. If it doesn't work, I'll look at this. Asset location. Thrown stone dash granite. Hmm. I don't know, because that's not the item, that's an entity type. You know what? The entity type could be a stone. I don't care, honestly. Like, I don't think that's really gonna change anything. When I throw a vial at you, it's gonna look like the vial. That's really what I'm going for. We need to register this now. Let me move some of this stuff over. Get some of the stuff out of the way. I'm really kind of hoping that this is what I'm going to need to register it. We'll see. We'll see. Either way, it's going to have to be in Nameless Horrors. I'm going to come down to here. We're going to create a new section. I need to name this properly. NH. I'm just going to copy the entire thing. Paste all that in. I need to bring it in. Show potential fixes. Bring it in. It looks like it's taking it. // we can do task AI. What I need to do now, what I like to do in all of my stuff, I never trust myself with strings, as people have seen. I misspell things very, very easily. So I always put in something, a public static string, for the name, the registered name of the item. And I type it in once here, and then I just call it in reference everywhere else. It's always like the first thing on the list. So this would have the keywords. It would actually have this key in it. So we're going to paste that in. I'm going to save. Now what we can do is actually come back to where we register it. Instead of using that, we can do AI task thrown item at entity, right, dot name. That right there just pulled the string in. So again, if I ever want to rename this, I can just go into the file, change it in one place, and it should propagate through to everywhere else. Right? Got to think ahead. If all of this works, it should now be throwing viscous goo at us. Vials of viscous goo. Lol, we Merkins do be bad at spelling. I can make paper speak. You smell like the inside of my mama's purse. Oh my god, I'm fucking sick. Oh man, my right ear is clogged, so it's a good thing I'm not listening to music. It's kind of muffled on this side. Got the sniffles. Oh man. You know, one thing I do like about being sick is I think my voice is cooler when I'm sick. Like it gets kind of deep and raspy. You know, I could talk like this. Normally, my voice is higher pitched, but time makes fools of us all. Set time day. All right, y'all. Time for some target practice slash game mode 1. Do it, you son of a bitch. I'm not liking the fact that these things have yet to try and throw anything at me. I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing any. Oh wait, did I? I started this fresh, right? I can't remember if I just fireballed it in or reloaded. I'm gonna, or you know what? If this game was up, okay, so I'm going to rebuild. Okay, so I did. Okay, just wanted to make sure. I'm gonna try and register this a different way. I can do. I could try API dot. So what do we have here for register? We have block behavior, block entity behavior, block entity, collectible behavior, no, item class, mountable, recipe, VTM tag editor, class registry, get barrel, and we're just devolving into bullshit. I think this is how we want to do it. You know what I could do? Be really easy to figure out if we're doing anything right. When the game loads, it ideally should load the config. I could put a print statement in here, and I could see if that print statement ever runs. Right? Oh, look at you, Vice. You are handsome, and you use your brain sometimes. So awesome. I'd like an autograph. I'm going to make it annoyingly apparent. I'll be like, loaded baby! Exclamation mark. Because it could also be that I got the item wrong, right? Because I don't know if it needs to be Nameless Horrors item dash and then what it is. Because I'm pretty sure that has to be it, but this will tell me that it actually loaded something. Build, baby. Success. All right. And we need to pay attention to this. Okay, so loaded config Nameless Horrors. Nothing's in the config yet. Oh my god, wouldn't it be cool to have like events? You know, like I could make like arachnophobia. There it is, loaded, baby. So it's not pulling the correct item then. But arachnophobia maybe has a higher chance of spawning spiders around you. Death March could be like the hollowed. That would be pretty neat. You know, instead of like a temporal storm, you could have just a like a global event that kind of happens. Okay, so I think it has to do with the item itself. We're gonna move this back over. So it's loading it. That's fucking awesome. That was so easy to do. I am mildly proud of myself. Gonna be even prouder if I can get these things to throw viscous goo at me. I would be a proud papa. You know, I should probably do. Come down to here, right? Because type item code Nameless Horrors Gossamer quantity. Um, never mind. I was gonna say maybe I should specify item or block in another thing, but if this works, actually just typing in item dash or block dash, I mean, why the hell would it matter? Boop. Oh, got killed by a bear on your server, Vice. Be thankful it was only a bear. Beanie was being attacked by a bear before. Those bears. You know what we should do? We should make a mod so where you could tame those bears. Put a saddle on them, have them fight for you. / game mode 2. All right, spiders. Ugly bastards. Game mode 1. What are you gonna do, huh? 1. Hey, look at me! I created you, damn it! Are they fucking serious? They're just gonna stand there? Yeah, I know, you too. You haven't thrown anything at me. That one's trying to get me. Hmm. Oh my god, yes. Was it too mush? Too bare? I don't know, Jar Jar. All right, we're gonna pop this in. I'm gonna create bigger versions here. Nightmare. I kind of don't like how low this is. I'm gonna make this one more higher, and I'm gonna make it a little wider. Just out of paranoia, because they can, it can knock you back, right? Throwing something at you. All right, y'all. Eat my biscuits. Oh, here we go. Oh, good. So one of them tried to trigger can't create item stack without item. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So what are we doing? Get item. So it's trying to pull up nameless horrors : item dash viscous goo. So apparently the that is not what we're trying to. Bro, that's not what we're trying to get. Um, what should the item format be? Where am I doing this? I'm doing this in, I believe, Vice Blocks. I think I am doing this if we go to Source Common, um, Block Entity, Gravestone. If we come all the way down, oh no, you know what? We are not doing it here. Let's look to see the item is. It should be item dash gossamer item dash viscous goo. I did spell viscous goo right, hopefully. Okay, nothing changed. So if it's not this, is it just viscous goo? I have no idea. I have no idea what it's trying to do. Y'all are being assholes a little bit. Come on. Something tells me this is not. Maybe I gotta I didn't reload. I gotta reload, I think. So it did not like the item dash. Very interesting. Very interesting. Alright, we gotta spawn a bunch more now. / game mode 2. There should be plenty of you. Alright. Chow time. Not getting anything. It seems like maybe there's something weird going on with the AI. See, that one did the animation to throw. Let's see anything came up in the logs. No, I don't think that was it. Yep, this is me reloading again. So it reloaded. Put myself into the game mode. There were no errors that came up there. What I'm thinking is our copy pasting that we did is not going to be enough to get the job done. Mainly because I think we're using a lot of things like release at milliseconds, did throw. A lot of this stuff is private, which means that if there's something happening earlier on in like the task thrown at entity, um, it's using different variables. So if something's changed, like the duration in milliseconds, like if that's supposed to count down to make something else work, it's counting down in here, but we are never getting the update, which is, of course, a problem. So I think the only solution, and I really, really hate to do this, the only solution is to pretty much make a replica of this. So for instance, like paste this in, delete that print statement, get rid of that. Right, this partition, mod loader, get mod system, entity partitioning. Pretty much my thrown object plus all the other things, which means that if that is the case, I should probably put my stuff last. That way, if something changes, I could do a side-by-side comparison. One of these things is not like the other. I can make my custom code towards the bottom, which also means things like the should execute, the start execute. We need both of these, which again, it sucks. If Tyrant could just go in and make those variables protected instead of private, this would be a lot easier. So we also need finish execute right there. It's going to be very pissed off because I'm overriding methods while the game is up, and it's not going to be happy about that. But I know how to smooth talk the code. But come on, baby, it's my birthday. Oh shit! I totally forgot I had my limited edition Star Wars Mandalorian goldfish. It's kind of late to eat, man. Oh, I could get some pizza. I could go grab a slice of pizza if I really wanted to. / game mode 2. Boop. Nameless horrors. All right, let's bring them back out. Oh, I already got right. Here it is. Nightmare. Let's do a little reorganizing. There we go. I want you to bombard me. Oh, there it goes. Ah, they're attacking each other. They hit each other. That's kind of funny. You know what? I like that actually. Um Oh man. But you know what it looked like? It looked like it threw a brick at me and it did not pull this. So let me just take another quick looky-loo. Thrown object as string. Oh! Wait, stone granite. So wait, no, because I'm pretty sure I haven't used a lot of this. I'm gonna just have a disclaimer. Um, oh my god, I'm just thinking about that pizza and that aluminum foil in the fridge. I may end up grabbing a slice of pizza in like the next couple minutes because I gotta pee anyways, and I should get. Oh, I have 2 waters, but I gotta pee, and then I can just go to the fridge and get a piece of pizza. But I'm pretty sure this as string turns the token into a string. Yeah, string default value. So this would have been the default value if it could not, if you don't put anything in, or if you don't find anything. Thrown object. That is indeed correct. Um, it's not pulling. Yes, this is a very sticky predicament. If we scroll down, I didn't change anything, did I, with my copy paste? No, it's still trying to pull this in. I wonder if it this asset location. I wonder what the hell this get entity type is. World get entity type. Retrieves the entity class from the giving entity type. Will return null if the entity does not exist. That's right, because the thrown thing becomes an entity. It's an item while you have it, and then when you use it, you pretty much do a conversion of the item form of like the stone into the entity form of the stone. So my item could be right. I need to make an entity of the projectile. That is what we have to do. I think it's doing everything else correct. There is a chance that somewhere in here, it wasn't continuing the execution. Maybe it wasn't finishing the execution. Maybe it wasn't stepping through things correctly because it seemed like the AI got stuck when it tried to quote unquote throw something. I like that. Oh, Jesus Christ! So they're throwing stuff at me, and they're getting pissed at each other. So maybe I should make it to where they don't. Yeah, see it tried to throw it again. They're attacking each other. I gotta fix that. I don't want them to attack each other. I want them to attack you. Yep. So it's throwing stone. Okay. Thrown object. What's the best way to do this? Um I guess what I could do is I gotta think in what in my mod am I throwing? Vice machines. The admin version throws the ball. That would be the minimum requirement for an entity. Because also with this entity, I'm going to have to make it to where on impact or on collided with a block or water, it spawns a spider web. Or maybe just a block. Water, maybe it just doesn't spawn anything and it dilutes it. Although there are some spiders that can spawn things underwater. Hey, yeah, I don't have any underwater spiders. Any abyssal spiders. Man, when you're gonna hate water. Fucking crazy ass spider throwing web at you, like webbing you and attacking you while you're trying to swim away. I won't be that mean. But there are water spiders, so if people request it enough, and I think it'd be a good idea. Future Vice. All right. Let's take a look at some of our code. I'm going to unload this project. I'm going to reload ViesCraft machines. Entities of complete throne. This is what I want. We're going to copy this JSON file. I am going to hop back into entities. We're going to paste it in the root entities. We are going to rename this. We will do oof. I could do throne dash webbing. Fuck am I thinking putting a dash in there? Thrown webbing. That just makes it more complex because dashes are used as separators for each path. So put that in. This is going to be entity thrown webbing eventually. Beep, beep. There's not really going to be a habitat for this. Hitbox size, that's going to be a pretty big freaking hitbox. Let's do, you know what? Let's do the tried and true 111, right? Something that's not too ridiculous. You know, I'll have to come back to this. I'll have to make the model first and then see what the hitbox would make sense. For this, we're going to use the base shape renderer, render shape by, we are going to use shapes. We will use items. For now, our placeholder is viscous goo, right? And then textures by type. So I need to open up viscous goo. We need to copy these textures into thrown webbing. So that means I get rid of all of this. All aboard! Yeehaw! Tab, tab. Okay, behaviors. Name tag is a big no. There's not going to be a name tag. Passive physics will leave. Interpolate position will leave. Float up when stuck we will leave. Let's get rid of the name tag behavior here. Sounds, maybe I'll have it, maybe I can make like a globule sound when it's thrown out. Oh my god, from Donkey Kong Country 2 when the spider does this thing like maybe DK2 sound. I don't know. Okay, so we have this thrown webbing. What we need to do now is create something for the entity thrown webbing. We need to make a class for it. So we are going to come down here under entity. We are going to add new item. Class, this is going to be called Oh, I didn't copy it. I'll type it out. Entity thrown webbing. Add. There we go. Now let's come down to here it is. Source, common, entity. There it is. I am going to copy everything here, and then we are going to have to cull a lot of this crap. But this should get us everything we need. Paste. I know there's going to be a sea of red. Let's start at the top, right? We are going to have to import that. Come back to the top. It's going to be entity thrown webbing. It's going to be the name, copy. For this, it's going to be entity thrown webbing. Particles. It would be nice to have particles, so we're going to import the particle system that I'm already using. This, we need to paste this in. Yes, material density is interactable, should return true when this entity should be interactable by a player or other entities. That should be a no. I don't want you to right click on it. I don't want you to hit it. It just is, right? It is until it is not. Apply gravity, yes, that would be nice, please and thank you. Color utility, let's pop in the old math tools. References. So on die, what are you doing here? This would be what we would want to do to spawn. So on die, right, on termination, this is what we would use to spawn the webbing in wherever it lands. So I'm going to come back to that. These are all the quote-unquote particles. Okay, so a big part of this is going to be... okay, everything in there. So spawn entity. All these attributes I don't care about. Watch attribute set int. Machine type. Enum parse. So that's getting the machine type. I don't care about any of that. I don't care about that. World position, I do care. Position from that, I do care. Care about this. I care about all of this. Creating entity, world class registry, create entity type. So for type, this is what we want here. Type, get entity type asset. So we want asset. Here it is. I want to do NH references. And instead of machine complete, this will be, oh, what the hell did I name it? Throne webbing. We're going to comment this out. So it should just be throne webbing. Machine type. I don't need that. I don't need any of this. This is all information that I was passing before. Error logging. I want to preserve the error logging because that's going to be really important. And bump that. So now that we have entity throne webbing, let's hop back into not anything to do with this. Let's hop into this is this your VS server listed in the info? Oh, it is, yeah. I put the VS server info in there. Should be, I think it's under the main, like the general chat. I think you could do a search for it. I don't think I have it pinned yet. I'll have to get the information and actually like pin it. But yeah, it's free for all to connect to. Properties. Here we go. Nameless horrors. Okay, what we need to do next is I need to register this new entity. So instead of entity soccer, it's entity throne webbing. We got the name. Got that. All right, we're going to save this. No idea if this is going to work. Thronestone dash granite here. So this would have to change to, I think it needs to change to nameless horrors, colon, throne webbing. I think that's what we need to do. Build. Succeeded. Oh, General, thanks. We'll try it out. Yeah, definitely try it out. I got to finish building my house in there. See, I get obsessed. Like I really want to make these creatures now. Like I like the idea. I'm making a lot of progress. It is a pretty substantial labor of love. Um, but the way I'm building it, it should be really easy to add other kinds of monsters. Like, twice as much work now to go like 50 times faster in the future. throw stuff at me. Oh, oh. Unable to cast object of type, nameless horse entity to type. Oh shoot, I didn't oh thrown stone. I gotta change this. Anything that is entity thrown stone. Oh, no wonder why. Um thrown stone. I want this to be entity thrown webbing. That is what I want it to be. Replace all. There should only be the 4 occurrences. And see if we can continue. No. Let's just stop. Okay. So webbing, damage, entity thrown webbing. Oh, you know what? We actually probably should extend thrown stone, I think. Because thrown, I just made it an entity because I didn't have to have anything special with it, but thrown stone, um, there probably is a couple special things in there. I just basically what the that little Pokeball thing is, it's an entity that its life kind of ticks down. Um, so let's undo this, right? Let's look at entity thrown stone. And let's see what kind of special stuff is going on here. Copy, we're going to find the code. There it is. Okay, so it's extending entity itself. Is interactable is still false. Initialize, MS launch, projectile. On game tick. I could override this. Okay, I don't see anything in here. Can collect. Yep. On collect. So can collect, I'd have to disable that. On collect, disable that. On collided with liquid. Oh yeah, this is what I want. That's probably how it skips across water. I would have it to where it just dissolves if it hits water. 2 bytes projectile stack from bytes. So from what I see here, it's not really this isn't really responsible. It like plays a sound, but I'm not really seeing like blunt attack. That would be fine. It kind of would be a blunt attack. Shortest distance from entity nearest neighbor. So that's where it's firing it. It makes a thud. Despawns it. Looks like it does some particles on the despawn. I'm still looking. You know what? We are going to extend entity throne stone instead. Boom. We got that. So a lot of this stuff, material density, no suitable method found to override, which is perfect. This is interactable. It's already up here. No, that's not it. I have too many windows open. Is it here? No, it is here. Here we go. So for this, we're already overriding it, and we're just getting it, we're turning it false anyways, so I want to keep that. It's already happening. Apply gravity, obviously already happening. On initialize, that is what we want to start with. I need to import this, so it does that. You know what? I'm going to keep these. because I can easily convert this thrown webbing into thrown spear or thrown feather or thrown baby spider. So I will keep all of that. Uninitialize smoke particles. You know what? I don't really. I'm not going to deal with any of that. On game tick info. Here we go. On die. I'm not going to spawn those particles. So this would be the asset for the thrown webbing. All right, and I can deal with all this later. Let's save this. We are going to come back to nameless horrors. I think we're gonna build. See if there are any. It succeeded. We're just gonna start. All right. While it goes, I'm getting a piece of pizza. I'll be right back. Oh yeah. You want one too? My favorite pizza is a sausage and green peppers. So, oh, it's so good. It's so good. All right. Let's move this pizza over to here. Mm, so good. Oh my god. Mm. Hey, it did it. It threw a vial at us. But it did indeed run into an error. Which is okay, it's progress. It actually had the vial. Hey, and we actually got some error codes so we can see exactly what went wrong. Awesome. Looks like it's a lot of the same crap. Thrown stone 2 bytes in C blah 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 blah. Entity Thrown Stone CS line 168 is where our problem seems to start. Where is it? Line 168. This is not a good representation of this. I think it's something with on-game tick. Wait a minute. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Oh, I think this is trying to create a subvariant of like dash granite or dash something, and it's having a hissy fit because I'm not doing that. All right, we're going to minimize that. I'm going to have another piece of my pizza. Mm. Oops. Oh my god. Mm. All right. So it's definitely on game tick that we're having this problem. I wonder if I should just extend entity, copy all the code, and then make the tweaks myself. If I have to do the on game tick anyways, I might as well do it all on my own terms. You know what I mean? Instead of picking something that's already there and then like picking it apart. Because the issue is somewhere in here. Got the pitch, got the roll. Um, entity stone 2 bytes. It kind of tells me 2 bytes, so it's in here. Projectile stack 2 bytes writer. So what is projectile stack? So it's an item stack, so it's trying to use an item stack here, but it's saying that the item stack, when trying to save, it's not, I don't know. Write this before collide. So what are we doing with projectile stack? I bet we're not. I bet we're trying to. Here we go. This is probably what it is. Item stack projectile. This projectile stack. That's on initialize. If this equals null, or projectile stack dot collectible equals null, is not equal to null. This projectile stack resolve blocker item for this world. Get this behavior. Passive physics. There we go. Collision Y extra. And what else are we doing with it? Spawn cube particles of this. Spawn cube particles of this projectile stack. Uncollided projectile stack. 2 bytes. Interesting. So what is projectile stack then? I'm not seeing anything. I wonder if it's an entity. If there's something specific in the JSON file for the entity. So basically we would come into here, survival, entities, thrown stone. So this is it. We have the variant groups, load from properties, block rock with deposit, hitbox size, so that tells me the hitbox size. So for the client we have the shape, we have the texture, we have the renderer, we have the size, we have passive physics and interpolate position. For the server, we have that. We have the despawn, min seconds, so 300. We don't have to worry about that. Attribute physics, here it is. We're missing attributes for some of the projectile physics, which is probably screwing us a little bit. Not in the good way. Oh, that's what she said. Boom! Oh, that's sad. Laughing at my own jokes. is the joke. You know what we could do? Instead of all this crazy crap that I'm trying to force, we can just copy and paste some of our keywords. All right, instead of thrown stone, thrown webbing. The entity class needs to be this. Variant groups, there is going to be none. None. Hitbox, dead hitbox, that works perfectly fine because it's probably going to be around the size of a stone, the glob. It seems to be like the perfect thing. It's just going to be a glob of webbing, basically. Client shape, so I would need items.viscous goo, right? Shape by type. So for the shape base, it would be this. The material is going to be the texture. So for this, I could just do materials by type. I should probably do shape by type too. Honestly, I should probably just copy all of this and shape textures, renderer, size. I could just paste all that in. For the behaviors, oh, and I have to do the proper JSON formatting here. All right, for client, everything I pasted is going to be fine. We have behaviors, code, and another code. Here is the milliseconds. Here is this code. This code. These are server-specific behaviors. Sounds, we're not doing anything with yet. I think it would be cool to have like that globule, from Donkey Kong Country. I can delete all of this. So this should be everything that we need. I'm going to save it. We're going to see if I can fireball this in. Oh, wait, it had that catastrophic failure there. So, yeah, probably not. There we go. Succeed. Okay, so we're still trying to make it work with entity thrown stone. All right, start. Sorry, y'all. I'm going to be eating my pizza. Hmm. All right. Bunch of big old spiders slash time game mode 1. Hey, there it goes. Damn, they're throwing vials at me like crazy. Oh, something happened though. Client pause state is now on. Object reference not set to an instance of object. Okay, so it's going back to entity thrown stone dot 2 bytes. Get entity data for client. So it looks like it's kind of broken here, partially broken. The question that I have is, would it be better to just copy all of this, not extend entity thrown stone, because it's obviously looking for something? I wonder if we add a variant, if it would be happy. Because the original has a variant. Right? So if I add a variant, I wonder if it would, even if the variant's like an empty variant group, I could just name it normal. I wonder if that would fix it. because it may be looking for that dash and then, whatever the variant is. I mean, in which case maybe I can make like fire webbing or, ice webbing that freezes you. Yes, stop debugging, please, and thank you. I would like you to rebuild based on code, rock, states, meteoric iron, load from properties, block, rock with deposit. This should be game. Block, rock with deposit. So we'll see if this works. If it does, then I'm just going to try and do code. I'll do whatever material or some material or something, and then for the states, I'll put something in, like normal webbing. All right, build. Here we go. I know it's rude to eat on stream, but the Queen of England's not in here, right? Oh man, can't even say that anymore. Sorry. My bad. To be fair, for my entire life, it's always been the Queen of England. All right, all you glorious bastards. Okay, so we pop into here and it is not happy. That's okay. Which means that this, throne webbing dash, let's just do normal. Oh my god. It's like thing after thing. It's like the gosh darn reading rainbow. I'm gonna copy this. Just gonna paste it here. So instead of species, variant. We'll do normal. We'll have only one variant. My god. Build. Please and thank you. Oh my god. See, I'm a weird person. As I eat, I start to radiate some heat. And I actually get like a burst of energy when I eat. So I'm feeling much more awake now. I may have just bought myself more time. Oh, shit. So, let's see. No such entity. Nameless horrors, throne webbing. Audio file. Playing sounds. Game. Here. This is what it was spamming, which is why it was starting to lag. Print statements like this, it lags up games, like the games like this, really freaking hard. Because like as it's constantly going, like it wrecks the game, your FPS. Hmm. See what it's trying to do there? Throne webbing. It's like there's no such variant. Oh my god. Syntax error right there. Just winking me in the face. What about there? All right. Shut this off again. Have you tried turning it off and on again? I gotta watch that show again. The IT crowd. Ooh, that hurt. Okay, oh, I see what it's trying to do. It's saying no such entity, nameless horrors, thrown webbing. So I think in terms of rocks, what it tries to do is it places it down, right? Like the entity itself, it doesn't it try to like spawn well, I mean it is spawning the rocks. See like the vials right there. But it's spamming my chat right now. It's saying no such entity, nameless horrors dash thrown webbing. Wouldn't it be entity dash thrown webbing? Right? Thought it would be like a like entity dash thrown webbing. Y'all thought I was done with my pizza? Wrong. Hmm. So no such entity. So it doesn't see this as an entity. Well, I guess technically it may not even be an entity. Let's try to summon this. Slash. Oh frick, what is it? Entity space spawn, or yeah, spawn. Yeah, spawn space um nameless horrors. What would it be? Item dash creature dash thrown webbing. No such entity type found. THROWNWEBBING. Is that not what I named? Oh, thrown webbing dash normal, right? Because that's technically what it is. So before I do anything else, dash normal. We're gonna double check this. Thrown webbing. Yep, normal. I'm just going to rebuild. Here we go. It's at least it's not crashing the game anymore. Probably should not have eaten this pizza. Okay, so now we're back to reference object. Okay, so now it's going back to the 2 bytes issue. What if I just override that? And tell it to shut up. Like what are you saving, right? Like what is the dealio? Um and get rid of all of this. Let's start cleaning some of this up here. Oh, I deleted all those fields. All right, we're just gonna stop. We're gonna go back into stone throne. Like seriously, what kind of things like 2 bytes from bytes? Why are we trying to save like a projectile stack? It's just spawn it on the fly. You know what? If the server goes down when that glob of spiderweb was in transit to hit you or something else, I don't care about saving it. Just saying. Wipe the slate clean. So I can copy this, we are going to write this before collide. We're going to get rid of this projectile stack crap. I'll just comment it out for now. I'm going to have to do a lot of cleanup in this. But the good news is, again, we're laying the foundation. We know how to create our own task AIs, or AI tasks. We are going to know how to create our own projectiles, too. Okay. Oh, I was going to say, what? It didn't do anything. You know what? Don't fucking save anything. How about that? How about that? Continue. Huh. Look at that. It worked. Come on, one of you try and throw something. You can do it. I know it's not high on the priority list. I don't want it to be a griefable thing. They're like climbing on each other's backs to try and jump up to get to me. Fucking little. Oh, here we go. It thought about it. It reset. That one decided to, just throw something. So, object reference not set to an instance of object. What is it trying to do? Source file has changed. No longer matches the version of the build application to be debugged. Server overloaded. Oh, okay. This is, my God, I hate being sick. I think we have to stop and start again to get a clear idea of what that error was. Rebuild succeeded. Yeah, so there was a change. Mm. All right. I thought that thing was alive. Oh, hey, look at that. I tried to. Oh, this. Oh, okay. That's going to be a problem. Because that is no longer the case. I'm going to have to get rid of that thing. It's got incorrect data saved on it. So let's stop. Bastards. All right, we'll start again. I'll speed up one day. That way that thing decomposes so it doesn't trip us up again. Because remember, I had the that method for stalkers overridden, and then I got rid of it. Should have fixed everything. It was trying to call that old method again with the specific string name output that I had, so it did not update. Let's do slash time set day. Boop. There we go. Fixed. Game mode 1. Ooh, definitely not liking it anymore. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Oh, because it's using projectile stack. this projectile stack. Hmm. Why don't I do this? I have one of two things that I can do with this. The first thing I can do is pretty much copy all of this code out and rebuild it from scratch. Or this is public. It's an item stack. What I can do is, well, I'll do this first with initialize. I'll let it initialize everything it thinks it needs. And then what I'll do is I'll say this projectile stack equals projectile stack is really just an item stack. See, it's null right now, so it's never being assigned. It could be something that I'm missing. I have no idea, but I can create an item stack. I think I could create an item stack for a viscous goo, right? So it would be new item stack. Bump this in. I would need to do the get item, I believe, so that would be this dot world dot get item. From here, I would have to do a string nameless horrors colon viscous goo for now. Right, so this projectile stack equals new item stack. This world get item nameless horrors viscous goo. And stack size of 1. Why is this unhappy? Oh, it's unhappy because I am running the game still. Cannot convert from string to int. It should be from item and then int. World get item. Oh god, where am I doing this? I did this somewhere else and I had to fumble until I got the solution. Was it in this mod? I don't think it was this mod. I think it was Vice Blocks, right? Was it Vice Blocks? Mm-hmm. It was. Hmm. I think I know what's going on. I'll do this API world. Instead of get item, it should still have item. Oh shoot. List of all loaded items. Ah man, it's something dumb. Every time I look at it, I'm like, that's how you do it. Minecraft was easier. You could just do items dot and then a diamond, like all the default items would be there, and that's how you could call specific items. All right, I think I did it in Vice Blocks. So we're gonna load Vice Blocks. Shoot, what was I doing it in? It was definitely something in common. Block, no. Not a chimney. Was it a bed? Was it a bed? There it is. Block accessor. That's what it was. So world dot. I think it is get block block accessor dot get block. No, maybe that's shoot. Maybe that's not it. I'm getting closer. I think it's something dumb. Again, every time I see it, I just ugh. It's not block. World block accessor. Let's get rid of that. Let's look at the block entity for the almanac. That would have been something new that I did. Let's look at item. Nope, got nothing for item. This item. So that has to do with tessellating textures. Item. Now tessellating item soft bed. Item stack. API world get item. Oh, new asset location. Are you flipping kidding me? I'm gonna remember that. So I guess I was right. Get item. Then there should be new asset location. I gotta fill that out here. There we go. That's what it is. Viscous goo and then 1. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I can't. Hmm. Hmm. Lost 1 HP by prefix and creature dash stalker widow length blah 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 blah. Creature -5. That hit me pretty freaking hard. But nothing bad happened. I do not see an actual projectile coming my way, though. Now they're all attacking each other. Oh shit, did you see that one? So I'm not seeing the actual projectile anymore. But there is no more weird catastrophic issues. Which, right? Thank God. So that means we are definitely getting closer. Um, it still stands on the table. I think it would take a little more work, but I think it would be easy to just copy Entity Thrown Stone. Anywhere where it tries to do anything with the projectile stacks, I can just get rid of, right? I can put in a static thing that I want to call because ideally, right, this web is always going to throw web. This projectile stack. Sees for something like this, like spawn cube particles. I could get rid of all that. Like, it's not really, it's not a brick. It's not going to work like a brick on impact. I want it to spawn webbing. So none of that really makes sense. It's trying to get a sound here. I think it's spamming my logs. Warning audio file, sounds player thrown. is a stereo sound but loaded as a locational sound. Will not attenuate correctly. Oh, so that's not even that's something with the base game. Interesting. I'm thinking about it. I wonder if oh, let's pull up thrown webbing. Items.viscous. Game block glass vintage. Game block wood. So the textures by type should be right. Shape by type. We are looking at items dot viscous goo. That shape should be correct as well. I have no idea why it's not working. I don't know. It's little stuff like this that you get stuck on. It's a fun challenge, but there are times when it's like, all right, man, come on. Because literally nothing's coming up in the logs. There's probably deeper logs that I could look at. I have no idea where they are. Hmm. Hmm. You know what we're doing? I'm tired of the roundabout way. We are going to copy all of this, and I'm just going to rewrite the code because really there's nothing in here that I necessarily need. Paste. There are times you have to just I don't like copying and pasting because it's a waste. Most of the time it's a waste. This is not one of those times. We're not getting any kind of print statements. It's not spawning what it should be spawning, which looks to be correct. Um, all right, one failed. So thrown entity webbing. I can get rid of all of this. Is interactable. We'll get rid of that. Get rid of that. And look, there's oh, I just I just need to import this. Yeah, it looks like that'll fix the issue. Now I will have complete control over a couple things actually. You know what I could have done? Which would have probably been easier? Probably could have saved some of the code that I had before. Hmm. Yeah, I probably should have. I was a little overzealous with my copy paste. What I'm going to do, it's going to be really unhappy. I will paste all this stuff in. I'm going to migrate the parts of the code that I need over to it and try to keep it all straight. So I'm going to need this, right, for the projectile stack. And that is under initialize. Boop. So yeah, I definitely will need this. Time to live, time to die. I want to copy this over. Excuse me. I actually want to copy all of this over. I'll put all this towards the bottom. Okay. And now let's select all of this and delete. Tab a couple of times. I'm going to have to migrate this back in. Okay. So for the most part, this is my code from before, but with a little more that I can do. What are we doing? Getting an item stack for viscous goo. We are assigning that to the projectile stack. What are we doing here? This world, spawn cube particles. Spawn a bunch of particles colored by a given item stack. That is kind of cool. I am going to keep that. Not collectible. Okay. If this is stuck. Okay, so if this gets stuck, if you should despawn it, you despawn it. If it gets stuck, let it die. Else, looks like this is going to have a roll and pitch already, which is awesome. If this is stuck, then this looks like everything that kind of gets rid of it. This world spawn cube particles. Okay, so that would spawn the particles. I guess when it gets stuck, it stops moving. This world is iWorld server. Okay, so this would be the damage source. I don't think I want it to hurt you. What I would like instead is for this to slow you down, right? There'll be plenty of damage coming from the monster itself as it's leaping on top of you. You don't need to have, the projectile hit you. It's a sticky web, right? So we got to keep that in mind. Place sound thud. Okay, we'll keep that for now. Asset location sounds. I have a feeling I have to put game colon in front of these, or else I should. Can collect. Should return true if this item can be picked up as an item stack. No. Return false. Do not collect it. Uncollected. Called by behavior collected entities of nearby entities. Should return the item stack that should be collected if the item stack was picked up successfully. Oh. Behavior collect entities will kill this entity. I don't care about this. We're commenting that out. Don't need it. Uncollide with liquid, I will allow that to still be there. This, however, I'm going to keep these two. I am going to comment all of this out. I do not need any of this screwing with anything. Fall on ground, get random number, and then we have all of this. Okay. Okay. Let's see what it does. Save. Build. No issues. Hooray. Start. Oh, pizza. Hmm. This is to be expected. It's not has nothing to do with Entity Throne Stone anymore. So okay, not bad, not bad. Entity Throne Webbing is going to be what we want. Can we just continue? Hey, I saw it. There it is. And it despawned. There were no errors that popped up at all. So again, oh shit, it got me. Oh, it got me again. Oh. Okay, so so that actually hurts. I think the way we can fix that is by coming up to here. AI tasks. Let's go to our AI task. Thrown object was the viscous goo. Minimum cooldown, maximum cooldown, duration milliseconds, release at milliseconds, seeking range. Okay, so that is not what we want then. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of the almanac. We can get rid of that now. Viscous goo, that's fine, that's fine. Goodbye. Don't need the localization. Okay, so this, here we go. Damage equals 0. I don't want any damage at all. Okay. So fireball that in. That was about to run back out to try and hit me. The AI looks like it's working pretty well. Hmm. All right. Not doing any damage to me now. It is thumping and hitting me. Here it goes. Nope. It's going back in for the attack. Oh, they're going to start attacking each other. Okay. So each time it's thumping, see, like, it's throwing the vials right now, but it's going to be throwing our glob. See, and it's hitting me. It's not doing any damage. I like the thump sound. I want a sound when it spawns. I want it to be that, again, that Donkey Kong Country 2, the spider. Um, I don't know. I just feel obsessed, right? Yep, there it goes. Um, yep, coming back out. So I think that's actually pretty decent. And each time it hits, look at that. Look at him go. Now the question is, um, yeah, it's not gonna show me anything there. I was gonna say, is the game gonna crash? Because you know, hovering over. Yeah, super interesting how it's all done for the AI. I'll take my ticket and hit the pillow. Take care. They're feisty. All right, man. I'm probably not far behind you, honestly. I've been staying up late. Got work Monday. Um, so we have the foundation in. It's like they hit each other. Spiders are freaking vicious, man. Right? They are not, but you know what? They're not really. They're kind of singular as it is. Um, so I think this is acceptable AI behavior. Hmm. How about wherever that thing lands, the next thing we should do is have it spawn a block. Hmm. And it's kind of cool, right? You could see it like kind of going through and then doing it. Out of all the spiders, one survives. I want to see how much health. Oh, that thing's actually at full health. Very interesting. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Um so it is not happy. Why is this not happy? Game content, entity behavior, harvestable, dot get info, text, string builder, and behavior harvestable line dot 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 412. Okay. In entity, get info, text. Entity behavior harvestable. It did not like it, it said. Very, very interesting. Let's look at the stalker. And let's look at, okay, harvestable code, harvestable. Now the question is, should this be game? Like, should it be like that, harvestable? Maybe not, because it's not doing it for like AI task. So that's not it. Okay, so drops by type, surface. So that is right. Deep, tainted, corrupt, nightmare, wildcard. So I think it has something to do with who kills it. I wonder if it's having a problem linking back to whoever killed it, because maybe my entities are not, maybe there's something that I didn't quite connect the dots on. Because when you kill something, if it's the player, it's like, it's in the second line in the it's the heads up display code. It's the second line that says, killed by, and then it'll be like Vice for me or whatever. Oh, my pizza's gone. One last lonely little green pepper. Right, so we'll do a test. I did not kill that. That is a broken one. Right, we're gonna spawn it. I'm gonna kill it. See, killed by player Vice. I bet when this kills, like this right here, it'll crash. Yep, right there. It's probably because, yeah, formatting error. Input string was not in a correct format. Input string was not in a correct format. Why is that sounding familiar to me? That sounds really familiar. Why? 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 I think it's something in here. I think it is indeed something in here. I think I know what it is. This. Killed by info text. What do we see here? I'm still using type. I changed it to species. So you know what? Let's do a quick search. Is there anything else that I screwed up? Type. Nope, that's it. That's why it keeps crashing. It's trying to associate dead creature dash and then the species. Uh, Killed by info text. So it's not going to be happy, right? I'm going to have to respawn or rebuild. Now it should be fine. Well, actually, that one may still be broken because it would have saved the old string, which would be a null format because it's looking for type when I changed it to species. So we are going to fast forward time to get rid of that one. I'm going to spawn a couple more. We'll let them kind of, gladiator style kill themselves. Here, I'm just going to spawn a bunch of them. Their projectiles do no damage to me. And we just have to wait until one of them tries to attack, lunge attack, and then one of the other ones are unfortunately in the way. And then they go at it. / time set day. There we go. So fucking funny. Game mode 2, right? There it is. So it would be Nameless Horrors, Dead Creature dash Widow. I wonder if let's spawn other ones. Let's get some boreal beasts out. I wonder if it's going to default instead of Widow, it's going to default to because I may be overthinking it. I may want to say Stalker instead. It was killed by a stalker. You don't need to know if it was a widow stalker or whatever. It just needs to be killed by stalker. Come on. Man, some of these, it's like they jump off of each other. Look at their jumps. They're just like climbing on each other. Hoping to get a piece of my holy shit. Hoping to get a piece of my biscuits. There we go. Okay, so that one was killed by a widow. Jesus Christ, kind of making me uncomfortable how close they're getting, huh? Come on now. Okay. There we go. That one was killed by a boreal. Yeah. Dead creature Boreal, dead creature Widow. This one was killed by a Widow. I don't think people are gonna care that much, honestly. Like, really, it should be killed by a Stalker. So that's what we'll do. Excuse me. Nameless Horrors, dead creature Stalker. Now what we need to do is pop a minimize that. Nameless Horrors, here we go. I'm going to put this under messages. Going to copy this, going to paste this, going to cut this, going to paste this. Oh shoot, what was the localization? I want to get it. I want to get it exact. Killed by player : Vice. Oh, this is the old this is the broken animations. Those are the new animations. That's right, because I didn't propagate that change all the way through yet. Okay, so killed by, right? It was killed by player Vice. So killed by Stalker. Okay. That should be it. You know what? It sounds a little weird, but I want to just make sure I'm doing it right. Sticking with the format. So we're going to go into game. We're going to go into language. We're going to go into EN. I'm going to do a quick search. Killed by. And we're just going to make sure. So player got killed by fire. Player got killed by an explosion. Killed by a wolf. Killed by locust. Player got killed by player. Killed by player. Killed by another creature. A mangled body must have been killed by a vile creature. Interesting. I kind of like that. Mangled body must have been killed by a vile creature. I think we're gonna use that. Unless I want to make my own. But for now, we're gonna use that localized key. Not killed by a stalker. Boop. What I need to do is go to here, paste this in. It would be game : dead creature dash file. Gonna fireball that change in. We're gonna reload. Now I think it saved all the stuff to this point, so it's gonna have the old string text. It's 1 o'clock. I am officially going to take my medicine. God, these damn things are like horse pills. Holy shit. A mangled body must have been killed by a vile creature. There we go. All right, so it looks like it does just propagate through. Cool. All right, so that solves that, and that fixes that problem. The next here, let's do / time set day. Boop. Have all of them decompose. Okay, let's get rid of this. Let's pull up. I feel like playing around with a Nightmare Orb Weaver. Let's do the thin body. That way we get some diversity here. Can you shoot projectiles too? Yes, and you are shooting my vials. And then they hit each other. Look at it. It's like, I'm fucking kill you. It's like, wait a minute. Back. I fucking love that. I want these spiders to be vicious. No friends, right? When I make the hollowed, you think they're gonna be commiserating with each other? No. They won't hesitate to kill each other either. This is gonna be a hard world. I want these things. The only thing that may cooperate would be the unstable. The unstable, I think, would be the only ones to really cooperate. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I'll make one of the mobs like cooperate and be able to like notify each other. Fucking orb weaver. Oh shit. Man, their hits are so like the nightmare ones. These are like the most powerful. Their hits are so powerful. They knock me way back too. They like one shot me without armor. But these are like the bad things. The most powerful, biggest. And it reset and it goes back to it. That one's taking a quick little snooze. There we go. We have to finish the texture on the mandibles. Texture on the head. We got to do something with all the eyes. Got to do something with that mouth as well. Although, if I'm being honest, the mouth does look pretty good. Oh, come on, man. I'm your daddy. Here we go. Wait. This is it. See, it's like red on the inside. Right there. So I think that looks pretty good. This right here is going to change to whatever the color of the mandible is going to be. But I think that is actually pretty good. We have to make the eyes kind of scattered, rotate a little. I'll make various sizes so they're not all the same size. The two big eyes will probably go. I think it humanizes it too much. This is the block that we want to create, spiderweb. Game spiderweb, that's easy. So the idea is on impact, we need to create a block spiderweb. What I need to do is create a new block called spiderweb for my game because it's going to have to be a block entity and it's going to have a timer on it and it's going to pick a random number between the timer and that's how long that's going to last for. I don't know if it's going to last for minutes or if it's only going to last for like a couple, like 5 to 10 seconds. The idea is if it's throwing something at you, it's actively pursuing you. Some of them will just rush right in. Others will try to root you down and then go in. So it's like, how long do you want to be griefed for? you know? Um, you see, that's funny. This, it looks like it slows down the spiders. I think it's coincidence that it's laying here in the web. I think it's just, yeah. Come on, I'm trying to. Yeah, these things are also affected by web. So what I would have to do is make it to where My web slows down everything but other stalkers, which is doable. It's absolutely doable. Okay, you know what? Let's work on it now. It's gonna be pretty quick and easy to do. Let's go into game survival block types. We are looking for web. They gotta do me like that, baby. Spider, spider web there. Shape. Do not render at LOD2 true. Inventory. Block material. Render pass. Replaceable. Walk speed multiplier. Light absorption. This is a very, very basic block. This doesn't even. It's doing a wild card here, like the walk speed multiplier. It's lowering it 25%. That's just globally. I can't really. I don't think I can break that out by type or anything like that. Um, so what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna copy all this. No, actually, what I'm gonna do is we have to create a new. I gotta shut down the game first. We're gonna add a folder. I'm gonna call it block types. I'm gonna take Gossamer because it's gonna be a very easy to work with thing. This is going to be Stalker Web, I'll call it. Open it up, code, Stalker Web. Copy all of this. I'm going to hit enter a bunch of times. We're going to paste all this in. It's going to be really pissed. Boop. Boop. Copy, paste, 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 and paste. This is going to have to be a game asset. Block material other, yes, it needs to be transparent. Definitely replaceable. Walk speed multiplier, we will get to that. Light absorption, 0. Textures, all sides, base, alternates, base, base, alternates, alternate, all textures. Okay, all that is done. Get rid of that comma because that would have been a huge issue. Resistance is fine. Collision box, definitely null. I want you to walk through this bad boy. GUI transform, technically we don't need that, but we'll have it in there anyways. Attributes, not dealing with any of that. Creative inventory would be next. Next stack size. Next density. I don't care about any of that. Now we get into the shape, the texture, which is right here. Copy, paste. Get rid of all that. Get rid of that. Get rid of all that white space. Let's cut these out. Paste them in there. Material density. Cut that out. Let's paste that up here. There we go. I like to have things arranged a certain way. kind of makes yep, let's get rid of that. Makes a lot of things easier. Okay, so this should be spawning a new kind of block. I'm going to disable that for now. Let's make sure that the base block works. It's going to be pretty much the same thing as the spider web. So it's not going to do anything special yet. We will have to make not only the block class, but we will also have to make it a block entity as well. That way we can put a ticker on it, a timer. And also that way we can look to see like when it tries to take in the speed, walk speed multiplier. We could keep that, but I can look to see where it's trying to apply it from and then put an if statement in there saying like if entity is, entity stalker, maybe it skips it. Or if I'll do like if it's not entity stalker, then you can, slow things down. Okay. So Nameless Horrors. I should have a block, and I do not have a block. Interesting. It is block types, right? It is getting a little later at night. Block types, yep. Let's look at Almanac. I'm going to do a side-by-side comparison. So code is going to be Stalker Web. It is indeed Stalker Web. Let's minimize that. Come back up to here. Yep. The class is going to be... There is no class right now. There are no behaviors, no entity behaviors, no variants, no attributes. Retrieve only. Interesting. There's the creative. You have creative, so general, decorative. Oh, duh. It probably came up. Hold on. Where? It wouldn't be stalker. It would be item stalker. There it is. Nameless horrors. Duh. It's not going to show up in my custom tab if I don't specifically tell it to. I'm like, there's not much to this. I swear. I swear I know what I'm doing. Okay, save. Fireball that in. I think we can just do a quick reload. All right. I think right after this, right after we get this in, it's going to be a good place to stop. I am starting to feel that medicine kick in. Give me cold chills. But we have done a lot. There it is. Nameless Horrors Block Stalker Web. We should be able to place it just like Spiderweb. We weren't an admin. It would be slowing us down. The idea is it throws a glob. Upon impact, it spawns a single block in that space. So if it hits you, if you're here and it hits you, bam, I think I want it to spawn a block in your space. So maybe I'll do something like if it hits an entity, then I will prioritize that entities. I will take that position, cast it into a block position, and then make sure that it is indeed air, do a check, and then spawn the spider web in the air. In that air. That way it slows you down a little bit. Maybe it lasts for like anywhere from 3 to 5 seconds, but it's an ability, it's a gap closer for the spiders. All right, we did it. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for watching me. This has been a very productive stream. We have fixed a lot of things. We have added a lot of features. As we add more things, the speed to which we kind of come out with all this stuff is going to increase. We created the AI. I mean, this is all just fine tuning now and doing having it do exactly what we want it to. But all right, everyone. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening. I'll try to live stream tomorrow. We'll see how I feel. Yeah, bye everyone.